Hey, kid. Wait. No! Foxes don't do that. You got it all over Kit's fur. Apparently Kit doesn't mind. What is that even supposed to mean? Like, oops, well, these things happen. Like, hey, what happened to you today? Oh, this fox came over and peed all over me. But you know, these things happen. Fox dream? Yes, Laveau, it's a fox dream. How'd your interview go? Did you defeat the hiring manager in single combat? Did you get the job? Hey kid, I'm playing Minecraft. Hey Blythe. I'm starting a teaching stream. How goes your Minecraft? No, tomorrow I think it went well. Is that when the hiring manager wakes up from the coma? After you knock them out? Sheep! Red sheep! I'm not even on screen yet! Yeah, though, that's how you know it's a Fox stream. It's modded? I mean, if you're modding it so much, you may as well just play a different game, but my opinion. Konbanya? Well, here it's still konnichiwa spreadsheet. 99. I'm a bit tired, just woke up, so it might be a bit so. You know, you can, wake up. Just because I start the stream does not mean you absolutely have to be there. Quote, we had a context and remove the word not or don't. Good morning, Evie. Plenty of Minecraft mods that deliver an experience you really can't get anywhere else to Baha. Yeah, but I never really got into Minecraft, so I don't really know. It's a good time to wake up. It's 9 a.m. Okay, so I'll have to remember that you are 18 hours ahead. Konnichiwa. There you go. Mix and match the mods to tell your experience. There's your problem. Look, I have so many games that I already play and so much anime that I'm already trying to watch. I don't need more games. Oh, is you really taking over? I mean, if you count 3 as taking over. It's definitely more than my usual stream average, though, for sure. Infinite time and do all the things? That sounds tiring. Besides, with infinite time, I think I get bored. Three Aussies is like 90% of Australia here at once. Wait, how does that percentage work? If each Aussie is 1/3 of the is 30% of the population, that means that the full 100% of the population of Australia is. It's 3 1/3 people. the poor third of a person is the remaining population. Half watching. I think y'all need to go check your math. But I appreciate you coming to the stream so early in the morning. Saw this video yesterday about things only in Australia. Found out we have signs saying waning entering remote area. Waning? Waning as in like fading away? This is a Japanese stream, not calculus. Do you know where the word calculus came from? My freshman math class in college taught me where the root of the word calculus came from. Early, it's only 8:37. Do you know when I went to bed? It was almost 7:30. Oh, warning. Oh, so you don't get stuck in the so you don't get stuck in the outback. Right. Calculon, god of numbers. No, Calculon is the soap opera acting robot. 3 hours ago at 5:37? Holy crud, you ladies wake up early over there. Went to sleep at 2 and woke up at 3. That's not enough sleep. Spreadsheet. Stop that. Rose named after a calculator. I should get started. I could talk to you all for a long time without actually starting the stream, but I think I'll start the stream. It's very much not enough sleep. I'm buggered. I want to be buggered. I went to bed at like way too early o'clock, might as well count as sleeping all day night. That's good for you. You're up pretty late, saw that Evie was up late? You saw that Evie was up late since you two are 60% of the Australian population? Real answer is calculus comes from the word for pebble in Latin, I believe. Which is why when you go to the dentist's office, they sometimes call the plaque buildup on your teeth calculus as well. You can only be buggered if you're in Britain, legally speaking. Is that a national export? I've been up watching streams, sleeping between bits of waking every... Go to bed! Hard to sleep when we're upside down? No, that means that the blood rushes to your head. Makes it easier to fall asleep. Sporting buggering to the masses. I mean, or what is it, a national pastime? Britain's no one expresses Australians. Alright, I'll have to relate start. Let's get started, shall we? Oh, I'm too small here. Wait, I shrank in the wash. There we go, there we go. Hey everybody. Who redeemed the sharks already? Spreadsheet. Here, I'll give you your substitute sharks. Oh. I was like, why is there a red line around my hand? I'm like, who crossed out my hand? I'm like, uh-oh. Oh, watermelon. Extra melons. Don't forget to take your HRT medication if that's something you need. Or want. Spreadsheet has a question. Exciting. So this is actually so we have a local columnist, comedian named Dave Barry in the San Francisco area, and he wrote a book, and I read the book. Or maybe this is Douglas Adams. I get these people confused. But basically they said they were walking in a remote part of England, crossing an old scenic covered bridge. And there's a sign on the bridge that says, vandalism of that bridge is punishable by being sent to Australia. And he said, thinking about the gloomy rain of Britain and sending people to sunny Australia to do some surfing is a weird punishment. Gonna make a quick trip to the shops for energy drinks, then have leftover pizza for breakfast. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot to say that in Australian. I'm gonna make a quick trip to the shop for energy drinks, and then have leftover pizza for breakfast. For brekkie. Why didn't you call it brekkie? Sorry, Foxes, I think that was wasted. It doesn't know what to do with those. Alright, let's start the stream proper, or improperly, whatever you want to call it. Also, I need to up my donation to My Noise, because I think it's been a while. Made all sorts of fun. It hadn't by that point when I said it. I'll actually rarely call it brekkie. What? 99. We're kind of Australian, are you? You don't eat brekkie in the morning. All right. Let's get our stream going, shall we? It's not doing a really large number, it's just going to read numbers. Not very good, Aussie. Don't like Chico rolls or Vegemite. 99. Get good. Spent a good few hours watching YouTube shorts. I've given up on that as it started throwing that ew, gross. Write all these numbers down in the translation. There you go, Lavo. Even tried the Vegemite in hot milk, it was not good. If you don't like it plain, putting it in hot milk is probably not going to get much better. Why is your moderator your most disruptive student? It's cute. Foxes is a real fox, and if you haven't a pet in class, it's going to be super disruptive. Cook 'em in air fryer? Healthy way to do it. Mama the drinker can't swim? Bet you don't even surf, 99. There you go. Wait. Oh yeah, Chol being 1 trillion, then essential. Yeah, that's correct. Gremlin energy, yes. Foxes needs to start her own line of energy drinks. Alright. Class is starting.
8459兆1659億714万5111。
Hey Pepper, sorry, there's a backlog of sounds happening here. Thank you for the gift sub. You need to look out. There's our
What does the fox say?
Hey Pep, no, it's not supposed to be. Hey Pepper, good to see you. I'm surprised you're still streaming because that was 6 hours ago. Watachi, good morning. You've seen her how many dozens of times? Yes, but she wasn't into vor back then. I notice you move around a lot. Are you standing when you stream? Nope, I'm just very close to the camera, so I can just sort of wiggle a lot in my chair. Oh. Hey Raiders, how's Splatoon, Pepper? Time for an apple pretzel for me. I think I still need to take the emission down a little bit on this. Hide me in your mouth, yes. That'll make it so that they don't think you're into vor. Alright, what is today's date? I have very little energy, but Splat is a quality game. It looks like fun. I barely know what's going on when I see it, though. Why is your apple emitting light? Because I didn't want it to be too dark, so it's supposed to emit a small amount of light, and it's a little on the glowy side. Today is March 22nd, 2024. Gemini Fox, welcome, welcome. Anyone know the date in Japanese? Start off our... You heard vor? Kai, is that the signal that brings you to class? Kai tells whoever they're with. Somebody's activated the vor signal. I have to go. Hetsa comes tomorrow. Hope it's good. We're looking for both the Western Hemisphere and the Eastern Hemisphere date. To the Raiders. Welcome, Pepper Raiders. If you don't know me, you probably do, but I am Kitsuneko, Princess Kitsu, Kitsuhime, Kitsu Sensei, any of those. Teach Japanese, and we're just sort of getting our stream started. So feel free to join us. Sensei, 今日はどうしてこの時間に？そうだね、普通の授業の時間だとみんなが遅すぎてテンションが低くて、そしてあっという間に寝る時間となりますからもっと参加できるようにもっと早めにしましたね。Keep freezing from the audio continues. I'm going to restart my browser. I don't know what's happening. I keep getting people complaining about the stream doing weird things. It's the 23rd in Australia, or in Japan. True, it's 23rd in Japan and Australia. At Pasta Pizza, I did see vor as I arrived. See? It's like the bat signal, but for Kai. 西海岸は今何時ですか？15時53分です。つまり、まだ昼間です。Also, the automatic bot responds to what time is it and in English or in Japanese. Hey Ral, welcome, welcome. Sorry for being late. I've been live for 26 minutes. It's fine. It's fine. Take your time, 99. It's early. No one? Can no one do the date today? Nihon wa early morning. 早すぎでしょ？おはよう。
3月、うわいきつん74レインボー。
3 months? You're gonna fix something there, Digital Deer. You gave me something to correct. If you just say Sangatsu, you're saying March. So what you need to say is a 3-month time period or duration. We actually use a different counter. San kagetsu. That's to differentiate between 3 months' time and March. 23rd is not when the special number is correct. Nisan is 2000. May I suggest increasing the volume of voice and decreasing the volume of every sound? True. Maybe the birds are too loud. I can bring my mic a little bit closer. I just worry about it interfering with my hands. I was like tugging on my mic cable, wondering why there was so little slack, and there's a cat sitting on it.
It's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water,
A very heavy
and
cat.
check your posture. Your health comes first.
So don't forget to drink. Don't forget to have some watermelon and your estrogen pill if that's something you need. Nom, nom, nom. Thank you for the resubscription, Digital Deer. My mic cable has very little slack because there's a heavy cat sitting on it. Meds? Yes, I just took my meds. Hi, Lily. Want to say hi to the viewers? There we go. Antibiotics. All right. So looks like we're going to do a review of how to do the date. Because I'm just doing a lesson, why don't we just do one for now? Kyo means today. No is the possessive. So it's the date of today, or today apostrophe s possessive date. Hizuke. So
ナイエペットザキティキャットゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーゲーボア。
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19 times gay plus 4. I'm not boring my cat, mind you, but it feels like you've discovered my my SEO tags for the stream. Alright, so looking at our vocabulary for this, today is the word hyo. the date, calendar date, is Hizuke. We have the apostrophe S possessive.
You know what this needs? It needs more boa dot no. Wait not boa. We don't do boa here right. Fox look boa and gay and boa and gay and boa and more. Sure a bear to heart.
So what I'm hearing from the viewers is we need more gay vor. I'll handle the gay. And I'll leave vor to my lovely assistant. The possessive just is the particle no. Yeah, Fox's does the vor. I'm not into vor. And not into doing vor either. Yono hizuke wa. So then we have our subject marker. What the sentence is about. The particle wa. Nisen 24年3月. Let's break that down. So 2000 is Nisen. 20 20 because it's 2 thousands and 2 tens, and then we have a 4. That's how we get to 2024. In this case it's yo, but usually it's yon. It's a special case for the date here. And then the year is nen. Year, month, day. Yep, this is the exact opposite of the European date listing of day, month, year. The American date makes almost no sense. Month, day, year? What were we thinking? Go take a shower and get dressed. Probably bad to attend class without clothes. It depends on if anybody's watching. It's still... Oh, it's just autumn, but it's still probably hot down there, so you don't want to wear clothes, don't wear clothes. Just make sure you put something on before you go out. It's actually really helpful. I was planning to ask about this myself. We can extrapolate from here to just go into large numbers like what Fox's was doing at the start of stream. We can talk about that. If you have a blanket covering the naked bits, I mean, that sounds like just like a sarong or like a muumuu. And what's wrong with that? Living the dream? Isn't that people's nightmares when they show up at class and don't have clothes on? Either in the underwear or naked? So which dream are you talking about? That's sarong, you don't want to be right? Sarongs are pretty cute, just gotta say. They in the numbers, they can pick apart the hiragana and get some more practice in there. Sounds like a plan. Let's see, 2024 year. To do March, it's the 3rd month. So it's sangatsu. The whatever quick number of what month in the year it is, plus gatsu for the month. What is today? At least in the US, it is the 22nd. Niju ni nichi. So again, to do 22, we're doing 220, 2 tens to make 20, plus 2. So that's why when I compare Japanese numbers to very similar-ish in concept to Roman numerals, it's... Why do people pair these things? Oh, right, I remember. So I should take the banana first because the banana will shrink if I have the estrogen first, right? You fed me for foxes, I got your back. I'd be worried when somebody who's in divorce says, I got your back. What else do you have next? Oh. So the 22nd. Foxes continues to be silly. So the 22nd is just the number 22 plus day. Niju ni nichi. So it's 22 plus day. Just like this is 3 plus month. And then day of the week. So because it's Foxy Friday, you know that it is Kinyobi. Hurting my eyes reading chat now. I'll give you another one later, Evie. Just let me know when you want to use it. In a little bit of time, but I'll give you one. Friday, more like Friday. This happens to be Kinyobi. Or looks like this. All of the days of the week end in Yobi, and then we have the 7 different celestial bodies / elements to combine with them. Okay, mon me PC time to have me pizza for brekkie. You make it sound like we're forcing you to say it. I just think it's quaint. Been a while since my internet has acted Australian. Throw a boomerang at it. Alright. Any questions about how we construct the date in Japanese? Oh, I should... People might argue I shouldn't do this, but I'm starting Stream Raiders. Probably what that means then, spreadsheet, is that you might have like a buffer underflow or something. The lag time between here and Australia is possibly large enough that you can't buffer enough of the video and it keeps pausing. So when you hit pause and play, it jumps ahead and starts buffering again. That's my guess, at least as from a technical perspective. Somebody's downloading all the sexy videos and sucking up my bandwidth. Yes, clearly that's what's happening. Not just bandwidth for you, like global bandwidth. I've heard Australian internet is bad, but there's also you have a lot of latency when dealing with other continents. So give writing the date a shot on Monday and see if I've actually got it. Sounds like a plan. Alright, so people were wondering, and by people I mean Laveau, perhaps there's other people wondering as well, how do we do bigger numbers? Because we do numbers up to the thousands a lot. So, oops, I am bleeding a little bit. Well, so like larger servers probably okay. And countries closer to you, like from Japan or Singapore, probably fine. But when you access stuff from Europe or the US, probably a little bit slower. 2.5 seconds of latency. Yeah, I believe it. The amazing thing about technology is I can't believe that it's only 2.5 seconds considering you're talking about a distance of like 10,000 miles or like 16,000 kilometers. Crazy that technology has made that number as small as 2.5 seconds. Play World of Warcraft from multiple computers on a single 56k connection with a US server? I can't believe you used to play Warcraft on a modem. Obviously you have to digitize yourself, Evie. Large numbers. So let's look at the places. Just for the curious. Here I'll do a kanji version and I'll do one with thing I don't understand is the latency of wired connections is -1. There's no such thing as -1 on latency. Negative numbers would mean you're getting the data before it's sent. Which my physics professors used to prove that time travel is not actually possible. Using paradoxes of relativistic times. Actually, I think I want these on the left. We'll do this one a little bit smaller. Do these a little bit larger. One, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. What do we got? Rail got the sexy combo. the banana donut combo. All ends up in the same place though. Ew. No, it makes no sense, but that's just how it works as data is acting on the particle scale when you're talking about wire. Negative doesn't make sense. Negative makes 0 sense. Nothing breaks the speed of light. Electrons and photons going roughly the same-ish. Obviously, electrons have to deal with wire resistance. Ew. Well, at least you open up the window, so it's not going to be as bad. Tiger's checking in. How's everyone doing this afternoon? Is this a hotel? Why do we have a tiger checking in? Boxes, did you open Airbnb or something? So glad I'm old enough to remember the dial-up sound, but I'm not old enough to remember how bad it is. Beaver, beaver. There you go. Was that a trip down memory lane for people? It's possible to break the speed of light if we stop working with the building blocks bound by it and work with the little fabric of space, and the energy needed for that is more than we can create today. There's nothing that beats the speed of light. Light already breaks enough rules to have things that go faster than that. I see. So, Tiger, you're gonna have to talk to foxes if you're checking in. 160p? No. Fox is also the one that handles all the P. Ichi. Did a test recently showing that power travels along a wire faster than light? Not possible. Even the best conductors will have a non-zero positive amount of resistance. Ju is correct. So I can mark the new places. I guess one counts as a new place. I'll make it faint. There. Also, you have to make it more. That's true. I would have to do breakfast. So every time we're going to use a new unit, I'm going to mark it on here. Ju, long vowels. It's going to be very important to pay attention to whether a vowel is long or short on these. Sorry, I lost me smooches on the way here. Can you lend me a couple? I'll give you double smooches next week. Somebody nicked me supply of smooches. The light on the end of the wire turned on before the light at the light switch got to the end of the wire. I'm highly skeptical about that. Hyaku. Smooch you twice Tuesday for a hamburger today. I'm guessing most people don't know who that's quoting. $160p didn't solve either, so I may as well make you pretty again. Gotta suck it up. Don't suck up my prettiness. Sen. So far, each of these first 4 magnitudes differences each have their own unit. But this is the tricky thing for a lot of people. We do this in English too. We have the ones and the tens and the hundreds and the thousands, and we have a different unit for that. However, here's the kicker. Mang. There's another unit in Chinese and Japanese for the 10,000 unit place. I'm very skeptical about some of the physics being posited in chat. You still have resistance. That is a fact of conduction of electricity. Alright, so when we get to 100,000, now we're starting to reuse units. So there's 5 different units that you need for the first while. So when we get to 100,000, all it is juman. In other words, 10 of these. So that's not too bad. Guess I can make this smaller and this larger. Then we get to 1 million, which is all it's going to be is hyakuman. In other words, 100 of these. So it takes a little bit of restructuring your brain to be able to think in 10,000 base calculations. Because you're talking about radiation. Light is radiation, and you basically only have differences of radiation at low energy and high energy below and above the visible light spectrum. This one's a little trippy for people who are used to the standard decimal system. This one is 1,000 10,000s. Semmang. You know what? I think we need another column, actually. To the right. One, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The thought. So it's 10 10,000s. Never more than 99,999, especially bottles of beer on the wall, because that's going to take a long time to drink. 110,000s. I made a mistake with this. This is not going to fit. Problem with anything going faster than light is that the limit isn't set by light itself, essentially the universal information limit. Thing goes faster in physics and it would break down, travel backwards in time again possible. Which is exactly what I was talking about earlier, about paradoxes created by things traveling faster than the speed of light. So this is 1,000 10,000s. So finally, when we get up to 10, 1,000, 10,000s, now we need another unit. So we need a unit every 4 places of magnitude. So now we get to oku. Ichi oku. So it's weird, now we have a unit specifically for 100 million. And that's the new place here. Completely new unit at this place. That's why I'm marking the new units as they show up. The new characters. But it's very simple. We just have to now this is just going to be Ju-oku. And normally you won't really need numbers this big. This is 10 millions. See, not so bad. It just takes a little bit of adjustment to get used to it. Yaku-oku. This is 100 millions. You know what? I'm done with this column. I am done fighting with you. Take that. Not scared if you overthink it. It's just a small adjustment. That's all. An expert in immediately overthinking, you and everyone else in chat. We all do that. So then, of course, 100 billion. Right. You know what? We're just making the whole chart this size. I'm not arguing with you anymore, chart. Sen-oku. This is 1,000 millions. Why not say 10 billion? Because I'm talking to you about how the units break down in Japanese. This is how you have to say it in Japanese. Yes, if you're talking about 10 billion, it's a different number system. I'm trying to show you this is how you write it. This is how we talk about it. This is how Japanese talks about it, and this is what it means when you say that. It's not gonna fit. There we go. I don't know what she said. And this is finally when we get to another another place. Another color in here? I do. Yeah, whatever. And this is where we get to the number cho. So there's literally a 1 trillion place, and this is the last unit that basically anyone ever talks about in Japanese, unless you're starting to talk about galactic physics, astrophysics. It's not going to fit. I made it fit. Alright, so I don't think anyone needs to go any higher than these numbers, generally speaking. Just ramming it in, it's okay. I just lubed it up, it's fine. So does that make sense? And so for all of these, now you have all the places from 1 to 1 trillion. And so for combinations of numbers, for example, if it's, let's say, 1200, it's sen, nihyaku. Pretty easy. There are a couple of pronunciation irregularities in here, but not a heck of a lot, so don't have to worry about that just yet. This is more for people who are curious. Where do the place holders come in? Where do the different magnitudes pop in here? Sin? No, not sin. Sen. I assume a lot of you have watched the critically acclaimed, award-winning Spirited Away. I was trying to think of the English title. Sine Wave, got it. So this is the reason why the Japanese title of Spirited Away is Sen to Chihiro no Kamikakushi. And the reason, this is the sen, this is the 1,000. This is what her name becomes when the rest of her name is stolen. You haven't seen it? It's a good movie, you should see it. You know, pronunciation is the most mispronounced word in the English language. I'm sure there's others. You need to watch. You haven't watched Spirited Away? Okay, maybe I made a bad assumption that people have seen it. Niju oku? Correct. That's all you do. You add numbers to this. So, ju oku for 1 billion. Niju oku, 2,000 millions. It's on your watch list. When did that movie come out? In the aughts? Very soon someone's gonna come along and just like absolutely wreck my spirit. Saying, oh, it's one of those like classic old-timey movies. Just like that student who destroyed their teacher by saying, is it okay if I use material from the late 20th century in my paper? So in that movie, small spoiler alert, the girl's name is Chihiro. Chihiro, and it gets written like this in kanji. So I had people come in and say, wait, why does her name go from Chihiro to Sen? What's going on? Because if you don't understand kanji, basically the witch steals this kanji from her name. She literally doesn't have that as her name anymore. And so it goes from Chihiro to Sen. And that becomes her new name and sort of her enslaved name. Chihiro is like one of the first things they talk about in the movie. Yeah, so the witch steals the kanji from her, and thus enslaving her until she can remember her name. Okay? Alright, where are we going from here? Being silly about responding. Alright, Spreadsheet, did you have a question? Well, so a lot of people who ask me that question, they don't understand Japanese. They don't understand that kanji have different readings. So sen is the kunyomi, the Japanese reading often when kanji are alone. And chi is its onyomi, its Chinese reading for combinations. So that's why her name changes that much. And yes, the full title of Spirited Away in Japanese is auto-completed in the Japanese IME. Just do it like this. Sen to Chihiro no kamikakushi. And the meaning of that, this is one of the really rare times when you can translate an idiom between English and Japanese. And they did a great job with this title, because when you're spirited away, it said, oh, talking about how spirits grabbed you and took you away. And there's an equivalent phrase in Japanese where this comes from, kami, God, kakushi, the gods have whisked you away and hidden you from the world. So, really cool translation. What's Haku's name in this movie? Oh, since his name does the same thing? Yeah, I think it's the Hakugawa, like he's the river god. Some YouTube shorts I've seen with a cute kitty discs where someone sings some Japanese sentences, little sentences. There's one that was confusing me. Neko areru desu. Yeah, that means cat allergy. No, because cat for neko and arerugi is just allergy. Kohaku. So it's still doing the same thing. Ghibli does make great stuff. I've seen Ponyo, Whisper of the Heart, and The Cat Returns. You've seen a lot of the minor ones. So that means you haven't seen Spirited Away, you haven't seen Mononoke Hime, you haven't seen Howl's Moving Castle, you haven't seen My Neighbor Totoro, you haven't seen Kiki's Delivery Service, you haven't seen Castle in the Sky, you haven't seen Nashka in the Valley of the Wind. These are like considered the most classic. You've seen a lot of the smaller ones that most people haven't seen. Your niche, I think it behooves you to watch some of these. They're really good. Okay? kanji of her name gets stolen, thus enslaving her. In Princess Mononoke, her name is Sang, because they literally named the other two wolves Ichi and Ni, 1 and 2. So she's just the third pup. Her name is San. Most of them are proper sentences, which is why I was confused. I feel bad for people who love cats but who also have cat allergies. Like Bocchi, yeah, we watched that. Also a little bit of a sad... oh, banana cookie. Banana cookie time. Bingy? Hi, welcome back. We're studying more Japanese today. Hitori Futari. Yeah, her name is Hitori. Hitori Bocchi. Oh. Oop, Miss Cookie. Ow. No. Alright, where are we going for today's lesson then? Do we want to study grammar? Do the beginners want a grammar lesson? Do we want a translation thing? Or are there more intermediate? I think there's more beginners here. But I will... One vote for grammar? Laveau wanted hiragana? I mean, Laveau said that they would get the hiragana off of the number chart. But I'm open to suggestions. No, I'm fine. Whatever you want. Down for translation on comics if no beginners want stuff first. Beginners, speak up. Spreadsheet, what do you want? So far we have one vote from 99 for hiragana. You type with two hands. Were you typing with one hand before? At the computer? Oh yeah, kagetsu. Let me write this out too. Sankagetsu. So basically this gets added when we are talking about the time period. Spreadsheet's easy. If you need something, you know where spreadsheet is. More grammar would be nice. I can work on my hiragana after that, once the intermediates begin translating stuff. Okay. So where were we on our grammar lesson? I think we've done basic sentences like this equals that. Like foxes is cute, because using the verb des is basically the same as using an equal sign. This equals that. Passively learn. It's not going to get much learning in there, Evie. You can follow along. It's not that bad. Well, so I deliberately avoided doing the action sentences because it adds sort of a level of complexity in there. But but I think we can do this. I think people are think people are up to the challenge. It's okay. You don't think it'll fit, and I will just cram it in there. Just really cram it in there. Fafokusezu. Are you checking the spelling, or are you calling for her? Okay. Every so often, but you're attending class and you are taking care of things. Some people like that, some people prefer that. Alright, so why don't we touch on action verbs then? Old? Isn't it just a couple of days past summer? Aren't most Australians complaining it's too hot? Kitsuneko? Wearing your robe? It's early in the morning, but I thought it would be hotter. Today's drink is some Ultra Gold Monster, which tastes like pineapple and a lot of chemicals. 20 degrees, that's a nice temperature. Since I've been on HRT, 20 is nice. 30 is way too hot for me. Alright, so to start talking about action verbs, we're going to have to tackle sort of the difficult concept here, is that verbs fall into two categories. It's only 16 where you are. I think it's still nice. Oh, I just put my foot in it.
どうも、こんばんは。
Hey, Andre. We're talking verbs. Your booba? Alright, true. Hey Andre, how's it going? Verbs fall into two categories. So we're going to have what's called the ichidan verbs and the godan verbs. This dan character, which is in both of them, basically is talking about phases or steps. And so, arguably, the ichidan verbs are easier because what it's talking about is how do you conjugate them? Well, there's only one step. Usually involves ripping the end off the verb and then just adding the whatever verb form you want after that. Whereas the godan verbs are very numerous, very different kinds, and there's 5 steps. In other words, verbs in Japanese, in their base... Oh, I think I ate a peach. Oh. Let's re-roll that. Oh. Hi, Merrick Ocelot. Welcome on in. Estrogen cookie time. You want your sharks now? All right. Sharks steal no, sharks don't steal estrogen. Oh, second shark, sharks. I didn't even get off of the first one. It's okay. Got 2 layers of sharks down there. one set of sharks jumps the other sharks. Alright, so let's start looking at some verbs, shall we? Alright, I think we can just do... How about that? You got a sweater on? Not a jumper? Alright, so here's going to be some examples of ichidan verbs. Alright? Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. How do you say conjugate in Japanese? I would probably guess it's henkan, but there's probably a more exact term for it. Let me double check. Oh. Mathematics and computing. I'm talking about in grammar. Katsuyo go. Katsuyo suru? What if I said to conjugate? Hataraku? What? Huh. Hataraku just meaning work. Dou shi no gokei o katsuyou henka saseru. Alright. There you go. Katsuyo henka suru. Katsuyo means useful for lifestyle action activity. Henka means change. Yeah, a lot of people complaining about increasing latency. I can't do anything about it, short of lowering my bitrate, which will lower the quality across the board. So it's sort of lifestyle / activity plus use plus change. It's not an everyone issue, but it's mostly, I think, people from Asia. People who are in the US, of course, much closer and obviously will have lower latency. So to walk actually falls into the Godan verbs. Oops. Let's just copy this. Copy. Paste. Bam. Alright. So you want the first verb over here to be to walk. The verb here is aruku. So Godan verbs end in a lot of different endings. So this one ends in ku. They're all going to be in the u column, but they're going to be from many different rows. Why don't we start with Godan, since we already started the chart then? To write, for example. Aku. Just to refresh the stream, I don't know what to do other than lowering my bitrate. My bitrate is currently around 2 to 3,000, which is not a lot. What am I streaming at? 2,500 bitrate, which caps at 3,500. A lot of people have said that it's happening across Twitch. They need to fix that. Let's think of some other ones. Yeah, maybe I'll just bounce back and forth. To see, to look, to watch is the verb miru. Like I said, data is traveling thousands of miles and kilometers. And this is including all of the repackaging. My computer has to spend time taking all of this video data, compressing it into these packets, sending them to Twitch, Twitch sending them to other places. It's amazing that all you have is 4 seconds of delay. Under the sea, baby, it's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me. It's possibly there's a server issue. It's possible that there's some sort of trans-Pacific problem. Hey, trans-Pacific, that's me. While that quickly feels like I'm actually being able to read these funny little hierogram symbols, the brain is an amazing piece of hardware, and it learns faster than a lot of computers, and is much more flexible with how it thinks. There's duct tape and glue. Yes. And dragon spit. And various furry fluids. To eat. Taberu. These are going to be verbs you use and see a lot. Look, furries help keep internet infrastructure going. Foxes and the taberu, yeah, very important. Well, see, then we get to drink over here. Nomu. Those of Orpha, I think both of you are at this point. Neko o tabimasu. Don't eat the cat. So Laveau, actually the verb that you may need is more this. because when you're eating, the verb to eat implies like chewing and swallowing, whereas when you drink, goku goku goku, as its sound effect in Japanese of slurping or drinking something down. So swallowing things whole falls into the category of drinking and swallowing rather than eating. Quite drained and dysphoric? Go put on a dress, Evie. See, now I mention the application with vor, and suddenly Laveau is all ears. Let's see. What else do we need? Hashiru, to run. Okina dragon ni nomikomare desu. Not just a big one, but a relatively big one. Difference between oki and okina. More so my body hair laser on Monday, so I can't shave till tomorrow. Ah. Yeah, unfortunately sometimes that's necessary, Evie. In order to get the diagnosis for the laser, basically free laser for me, I had to let my hair grow facial hair grow for 2 days in order to show them a growth picture. And they apologized profusely. They said, "We know this can make things very dysphoric for you, but please do it for the diagnosis." You don't have to be sorry. Why be sorry? I understand. To swim. Oyogu. It's an awful thing to have to do. Yeah, but now I got laser and like 80% of my facial hair is gone. So I'm happy. It was worth it. Oh, to sleep. That's a good one. Has been in smoothen, yeah. Because that's bad too. When even if you shave, like half a day later, and you get that 5 o'clock shadow feeling, you start to rub your hand on your face, you start hearing scratches. I hate that. I hate that. Bah. But how do they know is where I'm not sure the question. It says wheater. Whether? Where? I'm not sure what the question is. I have 5 o'clock shadow right after shaving. Yeah. I'm told my father had that. Like an hour or two after shaving, it used to grow back. Whether, yes, like Fox's has it. So whether or not to laser or not. So my medical group that I belong to, they will laser you wherever, wherever, but you have to make an appointment, and if it's not for gender dysphoria, they will charge you full price. Whereas if it is for gender dysphoria reasons, they will cover that as part of your insurance, and I just have to pay a small copay. So getting laser treatment can cost like hundreds of dollars, and I got charged 15. That's pretty good. Manabu, we can do that. To learn specifically intellectual stuff. How do you write nay? Nay, correct. Which Mayo's cover smell like 4,000 over it? I don't know how Australian health insurance works. I don't know if you can get the rest of it covered. Dress acquired feels better? See, these are kinds of things, if you're having a dysphoric day, do nice things for yourself. So I've told girls to put on a skirt, put on a dress. If you have fake boobs, put them on, even if you're not going out of the house. I do this around the house all the time. Put your hair up in a cute little ponytail or something. Like, do little things. Put on makeup if you have to. Whatever it takes to get through the day. Okay? Quick little aside. It was requested that we talk about the kana ne. Ne. This is going to be down. This is one of those zigzag characters. Over. Down. Back up. Around and finish. Well, the last part is me picking up my pen, so ignore the last part. Do a little quicker now. As long as you get the post, the cross, and the loop, people will tell what it is. Yeah, after this, it's a two-stroke kanji. Down. Straighter than that. Sorry, I can't do things straight. Over. Down. And keep going reverse direction. Try to make this part kind of roundish. Try to keep this... I did a terrible job of that. Trying to keep that line almost as close together as you can. Be concerned if you could do things straight. I don't know what you're talking about, Laveau. I'm super straight. Look, Laveau asked for it. That's not my fault. You want me to talk to you about football? I can do that. A request for 3 minutes of not straight. Uninstall the voice changer. Yes, that's clearly me putting on a voice changer to make it deeper. Listen, stranger, I want you to uninstall your voice. Football, is that the one where you slam dunk the puck with your bat? It has something to do with something called the superb owl or something like that, I hear. I want to see this majestic owl. All right, Laveau. You want a not straight Kitsu? Well, here I am. How's this, honey? No. If I talk like Alexa, it's just gonna be me talking like a girl. This is me being flamboyant. OMG, like, sure thing. Like, let me ask you anything. I'll totally spill a tea, like, for you. Like, I'm here to, like, totally chat with you. Like, so bring it on. Talk like, talk like Calder, please. My gosh, like, totally. I'm, like, so ready to chat with you. Just hit me up with your question, like, duh. Let's have, like, the best convo ever. Too gay to function? Yeah, it's like Damien from Mean Girls. Oh my gosh. Look, only I'm allowed to call him that. Hey man. Hey man, just ask me a question and I'll tell you whatever you want, girl. Okay, bye girl, bye. Wow, this is a long 3 minutes. Oh right, kitsu kitsu. What was the other learned verb? Oh, I'm glad you asked. So we're talking about to learn stuff. And this is where we're talking about the hard stuff, the, you know, hands-on stuff. I'm not very good at that because I'm too gay to do that. Physical skills. Narau. Bingo, you got it, Andre. The verb is indeed narau. Who's a smart cookie here? Uh-huh. Too gay to get hands-on with something hard? Well, it is Friday night. I'll see you after class. Whew. There we go. Yes, I definitely don't remember that one because that feels new and I know it's not. Well, I mean, because we're learning language, we tend to focus on this verb a lot more than the other. Accidentally featured, she says. More like accidentally feature that one and unfeatured everything else. Let's see, what else do we need? Oh, we need ones like to say. To say, to tell. You. And so, to wait. Matsu. Hanasu, another good one. We definitely needed to talk about speaking languages. I feel like the Godon table is going to be way larger. We got a boo. Moo. Oh, yeah. To read. Okay, I got Kugu and Su. Okay. Omae wa mou shinderu? Hehe. I think some shonen anime would be better as like magical girl anime. Right, so we've definitely fleshed out the Godon verb. We'll do some more Ichidan verbs, and then I'll start showing you how to work with these. Whoop. Hard, we're gonna flesh it out. We're gonna just flesh it out until it fills up every corner. Sorry, getting a little too thirsty here with my impressions. I'm getting better at writing some hiragana. I don't need to look at them every stroke. See? All these people who are feeling that they can't do it, all you need to do is apply it. Try it with some motivation, and bam, you'll get it. Fuiwu, I think it's like learning kana. I really like learning kana and kanji by writing, though I know that's not everyone's thing. Not everyone learns the same way. And if you're a tactile learner, if you like having the tactile response on your hand and like tracing kana and kanji, if that's the most effective way for you to learn, then that's the way you should do it. Not everyone does. Some people hate writing, but some people need to visualize it. Some people need to hear it. Some people need to like do a mental snapshot of the visual in their head. Everyone's different. I think if you expand the pinned notes, there's a 3-dot menu. You can say hide for me. I think that's a universal thing. During my college years, I had a dual learning style of both oral and kinesthetic, hearing and hands-on. I usually say tactile, but sure, that's fine. Looking through a list of verbs for what's most important for... Oh! To begin, to start. This is a transitive verb. It's a trans verb. Hajimeru. To believe. To trust. Shinjiru. To decide. kimeru. English question, what's a transitive verb? Yeah, you gotta know what your trans verbs are doing there. Transitive verb requires an object to act upon. Yes. And one of the classic examples I use, transitive versus intransitive. Yeah, we're HRTing these verbs. Think of the base of the verb here, transitive, transit. In other words, the verb has to move, or the action or energy has to move from one thing to another. So often I use this verb, please raise your hand. Raise your hand. And then wave them like you just don't care. Raise is a transitive verb only. In a lot of cases in English, where there's a transitive, intransitive split, there are very few of those where there's separate verbs. For the most part, you can just use the verb differently, structure your sentence differently. And then we have things like hot air rises. So for an intransitive verb, nothing, this is doing it to itself. You can't rise things. Rising is something only that person, or only natural order of physics, particles and stuff. It rises naturally on its own. You cannot rise something. Okay. But more naturally... Oh, I mean, this is one that people get... I was going to do lay versus lie, but a lot of people get that one wrong too. Because technically the verb lay, I'm going to lay this down over here. That's transitive. But a lot of people say I'm going to lay down. It's not actually grammatically correct. I'm going to lie down. Lie is an intransitive verb. Darn, you beat me to it. I stop the car by pushing the brake pedal, or by using super strength and you block it. You are stopping it. Lay down is wrong. Lay down is wrong by the terms of English. Colloquial English, everyone does it. The car stopped on its own, maybe hitting a wall, maybe it just slowed down, maybe it ran out of gas. This is the perspective of the car doing this naturally. No one did it. Snuggle is transitive, yes. You can't snuggle nothing. Snuggle or hug has to be transitive because it makes no sense otherwise. You have to hug something or someone. The car stopped because it challenged a dragon and lost. The car got melted into slag and then slid to a halt and cooled in place. What's the sound of one arm hugging? Hugging doesn't make sounds. Oh man, I just remembered all those pictures that used to get circulated around the internet of dragons. I don't want to finish the sentence. So that's the difference between transitive and intransitive. And see, like in this sentence that Foxes did, the car stopped. And just by the fact of you structuring the sentence this way, this is an intransitive usage of it. But stop is also transitive. You can stop a car, you can stop a bullet, you can stop someone from wearing that house out in public because that looks slutty as heck, girl. I guess we know what gets some people's motors going. Sparks. Just want to fill out the rest of this table. I just need 3 more. Oh, that's a good one. To feel. To find. To locate. Oh, to forget. Probably this was maybe about 2 or more years ago. I was giving Foxes a lot of grief over this one because she forgot how to say the verb forget, which I just found funny and ironic, but she has it now. To feel emotion, yes. If you're talking about, like, feeling something, that'd be down here. This is the verb sawaru. Yep. No, excellent question. That's the problem sometimes when teaching stuff that you know. It's like you just assume because to you it's perfectly obvious. I love questions when people are like, oh, do you mean this or this? Like,
Hey,
I didn't think about
been a
that
minute.
because my
Don't forget
brain
to
sort
drink
of just
some
like
water,
skipped over
stretch,
it.
and check your posture. Your
Hey,
health comes
RFG,
first.
I'm actually gonna have some.
Who's a good girl?
I was gonna have
You
some
are,
water.
that's who.
I actually have some plain old formerly ice water. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Because after hydrating, listen, my voice sounds a lot better. Alright, so why don't we look at now that we have a lot of examples of this, Calder says, where did you find these clips of me? I don't remember being on Kitsu's stream. Yeah, Calder's great. Alright. Alright. Isn't this the 3rd time we've had this today? The Estromelon combo? Hey man! Literally walk into stream and already being shouted out. Hey Calder! So somebody did an accent redeem and they said, please do a not straight Kitsu voice. And then Foxes clarified, saying, read things like Calder would. And that's how you got those clips. Because people freaked out because I did my straight impression. And, you know, people were breaking for the exit. Hey, man. Well, so when I first met Calder, Foxes had already been watching, and then Calder was playing Spyro 1, Spyro the Dragon, and raiding the dragons. I want it to be April so bad. I want more estrogen than 2 milligrams. Reading the paperwork is saying typical maintenance dose is 6 to 8. Yeah, they have to ramp it up. But, Evie, it's for important reasons. They have to see how your system's going to handle it. So you, basically, the fastest way to get that up is to take your doses, do the blood work, and then say, look, everything's fine. Nothing's going weird there. The funny thing about Calder's ratings of the Dragon Daddies was that they almost 100% lined up exactly with the way Foxes rated all of them. The bigger the bellies and the older they sounded. To emote, are you talking about internet speak, or are you talking about just showing emotions? Oh my gosh, like, this one's kind of hot. Because you see that big belly? It's like, I just want to get my belly on that. I mean, like, what? Sorry, what? There's my Calder impression. Wait, what did I say? That's a Calder impression. I'm not into bellies. And I'm not due till the 12th for you. I want to get it on the 4th. See if they'll fit you in. All right, so let's talk about verbs. Let's talk about verbs, baby. Let's talk about you and me. All right, so we're going to talk about first. This is sort of where I start everybody off, talking about the polite present future tense. You very clearly sound like someone pretending to like bellies without actually liking them, but that's what I loved about it. You mean like when I was singing about liking big butts? I think every day Foxes cries that we didn't get that clip. Yeah, Calder, this was back when they had Twitch Sings, and people requested Sir Mix-a-Lot's Baby Got Back, and I had never heard the song in its entirety, and Foxes was dying of laughter at me trying to finish the song. I knew the chorus. I did not know the bridge rap. Now that I've done the song a couple of times, now it's not as fun for her because it's more practiced and less funny. Try to sing and read rap it. Spoken word rap. It's a thing. Look it up. It's not the same. She wants it to be that first time. And you know, Can't replicate your first time. We need... Things I do for you, class. What part is the bridge? I don't even know. Close to Neko? What? Excuse? Alright, I have the lyrics up. Can't believe I'm doing this on stream. Oh, I think I see it. The part that doesn't make any sense to me. Alt plus 14. Nice thing about Japanese IME is you can actually type that easily. Ompu, which means music note, and you get all of those. Saw a video saying, why call your partner sugar and honey when you can call them expensive things like medical bills, rent, and etc. And he said I called Rel my little petrol. How you doing, my little mortgage? How do I use Japanese keyboard? So, first you have to install it. That's definitely a first step. My precious little stock portfolio. Weirdly aroused. You're always weirdly aroused. This is not anything new. Cute little hedge fund. Aw. Who's my little slush fund? Diversify your assets and portfolio means you don't put it all in one stock. You diversify among different different industries so that if some industry tanks, you don't lose everything. Yeah, it means you're getting spread wide. For me, I would call my future partner my Magic the Gathering trade binder. You're gonna call some of these people are gonna call their partner their Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Sigh. Sure to have a nice dick. That's how you say it if you're a New Zealander. There's this whole clip that I think Aslan sent to me, and it's this whole comedy skit of a New Zealander talking about his dick. And how he wants to get everyone to sit on it. RTX 4060. If you bought it when it first came out, it was like $2,000 to $3,000. It's a small car. A guitar. You would call people a guitar. So this is talking about two different things. This combines one, present tense, talking about things you do regularly, frequently, and two, things you will do in the future. You find it by searching Shelley's Aqua Dick from New Zealand, yeah. Talking about a user, and he said he used to be ashamed of his dick. But now he shows it off to everybody in the neighborhood. He wants everyone to sit on your dick. My Michelin star? Aw. Things you will do in the future. Alright, so there we go. This is our first action verb tense. Okay? Now, how do we do it? This is something that I sometimes call the mas form. Thank you for the sharks, RFG. Hydration been too recently. I never know when that one is ready to go off. Hi, kitty. You want some watermelon cookie? Yes. What? Can I help you, kitty? Demanding cats. Alright, so how do we do this? Ichidan verb. Like our first table, notice one thing that all of these verbs in the Ichidan verb table have is they end in ru. Every single one of them. All the way down. Gaming PC, yeah, that's going to be at least $2,000-$3,000 as well. Unless your gaming PC has an RTX 4080 or something in it. In which case, yeah, now your PC has gone up to like $4,000. So, Godan verbs end in lots of different endings. Ku, mu, including ru. Some of these do end in ru. So all of the endings are represented in the Godan verbs, and Ichidan verbs only end in ru. So when the verb ends in ru, I will try to remember and try to do my best to mark which kind of verb it is. Gu, another ru. U, tsu, su, nu, mu, and another ru. Can I have the kana for the verb table name? Oh, right. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, it's up here too. Ichidan. ones that really go on and end in ru, I will mark them. It's a little early for you in the beginner phase, but as you progress to intermediate, the experience kicks in and it's like, well, that would sound funny. So even I do this sometimes. It's like, wait, which one is this? And then I try it out. I try conjugating it as if it's an Ichidan or a Godan and see which one sounds better. I fed you before I started stream. Oh, thank you. Yes, Godan. So for an Ichidan verb, what do you do? Remove. First thing you do is remove the ru. And add mas to the end. Yeah, it's not important. When I get to this part, there's usually some of the chimes, and it's like, well, if it's this or this, it tends to be this kind of verb. It's like, tends to, but there are a couple exceptions. Like you said, even I, at this point, will just try both ways in my head. One of them feels better, don't have a reason why. You just get the sense, how did we lose that? Holy crap. Well, I think we don't have enough people, for one. Hey, Alexia. I think I'm gonna just do this for my Stream Raiders battle. Fire and forget. And done. Okay. Let's look at some examples, shall we? Miru. I'll try to mark it with an Ichidan. Of course, everything in this section is going to be Ichidan because that's what we're working on. Please tell me, what is our mas form going to look like? Well, burb, I'm going to get my chicken. I'm getting hangry. Yeah, spreadsheet's literally going to burb. In this case, a chicken. Hey, just doing my usual lurk. Have a nice lesson, y'all. Thanks for popping in, Alexia. Hope you're having a splendid day. $99? How would you take this for miru? How would you turn this into your first action verb conjugation? Japanese tongue twisters? I can teach those. But for now, please focus on this. Hi, kitty! That's such a good picture. That's also a good picture, but for different reasons. To see or look at. See, look, watch. To eat. Aberu. What pictures are these? These? These are from Further Confusion 2024. This was in January. No, just these. Just these right there. Class? We still have to talk about Godon verbs. No one? No one knows how to do these? You can do it? Alright, Digital Deer, go for it. Miru? Mimas? Miru? Drop the ru. Adding mas. Taberu. Drop the ru. Add mas. Easy. Abemas. So this is saying, I will eat something. For example, pizza o tabemasu. Pizza o tabemasu. I watch, for example, horror movies on Halloween.
Hey, it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and check your
Wait,
posture.
hydration already?
Your health comes first.
So, good. I'm trying to get water in my mouth. Just a simple replacement. Drop this, add this. And that's the way a lot of the verbs are going to be. It's just going to be drop this or switch this, add this. It's basically like taking blocks and just like, oh, pull this block off, put this new block on, and then you're done. Horrors aren't for me. I find them boring. I slept through The Conjuring. Some people think they're funny. I don't particularly like watching them because I don't like watching the gory, gruesome special effects and stuff. Halloween ni kowai eiga o mimasu. Halloween ni. So kawaii is scary. they do have a word for horror movies, and it's hora. Hora eiga. O mimasu. And unfortunately, I do this even though I don't like them, because when Halloween rolls around, people want to watch scary movies for movie night. I had never seen the movie It, and we watched it about a month ago. Not as bad as I was worried about. Let's do one more just to practice, especially since 99 just came back. How about neru? This is a big one. To sleep. I watch them along with people. I've watched gory movies. Even though I don't like some of the movies, I still watch them because we have some really, really good people like Where's Paldo, who will watch any movie with us, doesn't vote for them because they will watch anything, and it's great. Which means that sometimes I don't want to watch it, but I'll watch it anyway because it's more about the community. It's more about the socializing than it is about the movie. Itchy? Sometimes those show up. So the word to sleep. 99, can we get you to do this one now? Or Laveau? You're picky about what you like to watch? Yeah. I mean, if I had my way, we'd watch a lot more anime and cutesy shows, but I respect the vote. To sleep. 99 and Laveau, you're up. Show me what you got. You have the rule right here. Show me what you got. Bam! Laveau, first one in. Nemas. Perfect. That's all it is. Oops. I guess I don't need that. Nemas. Perfect. Once I lurk for a bit, want to get at least 2 more assignments done before bed. Fair enough. Fair enough. You smash those assignments to bits. Knock it out of the park. I will sleep at nemasu. There you go, 99. So neru, nemasu. And you're typing Japanese too. Once you type the hiragana and you're done with the word, you can hit the space bar, which will try to guess what kanji you're thinking of based on the context. Sometimes you want to send it like that. With no kanji, you can just hit enter like you did. So that's why you have to hit enter a lot more than you do in English. I know what that is. Let me get to Alexia's word first. Oh, excuse me, would you call me Alexia? By the way, I showed Clue. I remember watching in community night. It was a banger of a movie night with my friends. Sometimes we just discover pearls in those movie nights y'all do. if you enjoyed Clue, you could try watching Top Secret. It's another good one. 晩ご飯について今度レストランに行きたい. So about speaking of dinner, next time I want to go to a restaurant. Sheesh, digital dear, makes it sound like the home-cooked meal I made for you isn't good enough. So to answer your question, Foxes, what is nominication? It basically means that you can only talk to some people while you're drinking. Like some people who are too shy or socially anxious, they have to drink in order to get the liquid courage to then talk to people. You meant to write soon. Yeah, there's a couple different words we can use. In fact, why don't I change this? I was going to change this to a time. I will sleep soon. Soon? Other students? Euler? 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 Foxes, do you want to answer this one too? Kondo means next time. Sugu, immediately. As in, like, really, really soon. Soro Soro. Yes, that's the one I was going to go for. This is one I use a lot. This is in a short time. Almost had to change my name to Spreadsheet Says Angry Cat Noises for a minute. I don't think that'd be as cute a name. Chicken makes you happy. Why do you have to make those sounds, though? Some more polite ones, you hear these a lot in... I'm going to DM you without asking. Oh, Fox is so forceful. Mamonaku? You will hear this a lot on trains. I'm gonna pop the garlic bread in the oven. Yeah, it's called preheating. Mamonaku. This means also immediately because it means with no pause. I almost wrote it with the W. Mamonaku. Nani nani eki ni tsukimasu. We will arrive at this station soon. This is very polite, though. You wouldn't want to put this into every sentence. So any of these will work. Watashi wa sorosoro nemasu. I will soon sleep. Sorosoro is fun to say too. So there you go, digital dear. Couple different ways you can do this. There are a couple of grenades on the kitchen table. The package claims they're a brand of protein bar. I assume I shouldn't pull the pin. What are they supposed to be exploding? Hope it's not weight. They're not like caltine bars. Just adding protein in there. Protein and fat. Unless you mean grenadine. That'd be tastier. Right, so we have our ichidan verbs. Simple substitution, as Laveau said. Godan verbs get a little bit harder, but as you can see, there's like more verbs that are godan. Caltine bars, that's what I was just talking about. All right, same thing. However, different process. So, how do we do this? So we're going to slide the last character from the U column to the E column and add mas. So it's a little bit more complicated than just ripping the end off of the verb. What you're going to be doing, and when I say slide one direction or the other. So every verb in Japanese, period, the electric... That's a good one. You got me. The U to the electric slide. There we go. No crisscross. They're not going to make you jump. So every verb in its base form ends in U, and we're just going to move over one column. A, I, U, E, O. The 5 vowels. So we're going to go from U into E, depending on what the verb ended in. So that's why I use this as the mechanic, sliding within the same row. So let's pull some examples, shall we? To read, to drink. To read is yomu. So how do we convert this to the mas form? So our verb ends in yomu. So we're going to go from mu over to Laveau. 99's busy. Say hi to your mum. 99. Tell your mum that the internet fox is saying hello. Yomimas. Perfect. Perfect. So the mu slides one letter over from mu to me. Right to me, Laveau. Yomu. Mu to me. And then mas. Bam. Perfect. So for example, and I'm going to do a version of the present tense verb, things you do regularly. For example, and this is true in my case, Yay, learning. Big brain. I read fantasy books. Now, this is not talking about any particular time. This is the present tense, which, same thing in English, is used to talk about regular habits, things you often do. So this is part of the little confusing part to some people because it's always present/future merged together in Japanese. So you have to go off of context. Do I mean I will read a fantasy book tomorrow? Or do I do this all the time? Depends on context. Fantaji? Yes, it's a little weird in Japanese. It's not fantasy, it ends in G. I didn't make the language. Fantaji hon for book o yomimasu, and bam, there's a full sentence. Shall we do another? Oh, I didn't put here in there. Whatever. We'll get there. Cannot believe I did not put this one in here. To hear, to listen to. This is important. Look at the brains on this dragon. Nerd! Two nerds calling someone else a nerd. A term of affection. Oh, and here's a little something about kanji that I wanted to show you. There's some kanji that are just like super intuitive. You just have to know what you're looking at. The kanji for ears between two thingies? Yes, that's exactly what I was going to mention. So the verb to listen, to hear, to listen to something is kiku. And I'll show you the parts. It makes perfect sense. Wait. So the verb kiku here are the constituent parts that make up the kanji for kiku. This is mon. This is the word for gate. Plus ear. Mimi means ear. Equals kiku. To listen. Isn't that cool? There's actually a lot of really cool verbs using the gate kanji. Because these are basic concepts. There's a whole set of these. We also have the verb to open. To open, imagine the middle part of two arms lifting the crossbar of the gate to the village. words. Shimeru, to close. Same thing, except instead of opening it, now we've like leaned a crossbar up against it to prop it up, to further barricade the door. To have this right, you can't nominalize miru or kiku with koto. You have to use no. Correct. Nope, that's correct. For verbs that use the 5 senses, you must use no to nominalize. Correct. I'll just do this. Probably going to support to block the gate. Verb to taste as in like you're sampling it, like you're cooking and you're tasting it? I worry about... Oh, you mean taste is in the noun? I would say that that probably includes it. It's not a bad thing to try. So to taste, like... Okay, so there's 2 different things. To taste as in to sample something. The verb is ajiwau or ajimi. Wait, ajimi. Suru. What are the 5 senses? Sight, smell, hearing, tasting, touch. There's variations on it because you have like touching and feeling in different verbs. To taste in the sense of like enjoying the sensation of food. Ajiwau is the verb. Make sense? Where was I? Gates. Oh yeah. Instead of ear, instead if we use mouth, we get told to ask, to question. So thinking of these verbs, it's like, oh, well, you're pressed up against the wall and you're asking, like, who goes there? You're putting your mouth to the gate. Mondai. So nyo with the non-smelly kanji. No, wait. Actually, we did this one recently. It's actually a different verb. You're right. That is to make a smell. I should know this. Yeah, to make smells. Kagu. good or neutral smell. You have trouble picking sounds by ear? Absolutely natural. This is just the natural progression of education. It'll take time, because guess what? You've trained your ear for how many years to pick up English sounds? That's all it's trained for. Yes, I would believe so, foxes. Practicing by listening to anime, not to try to learn words or anything, but try to hear the sounds separate from it. They'll make more sense when they mean something to you, though. So if we do teach you more things... So this happened when we were doing our exercise where we watch anime and people tried to pick out what the sentence was saying. Because, unfortunately, and this is something...
アリアフリーズイズレイディングウィズワンビエワーズアリアフリーズ様は1の視聴者とレードしています。
What does the fox say?
No, it's a fox jumping at the camera. Hey, Aria. Welcome, welcome. How's Adventureland? The code again. Well, come on in. Just you? Okay. Whatever. So what was I saying? You've forever taken a cute fox gif and turned it into a vor thing. So we were doing this, we were playing anime on stream, just showing up there and seeing how people could catch it, because unfortunately, and Fox's says she wishes this would happen, is people don't have subtitles while they speak in real life. She says it's way easier to read the Japanese than to pick up the sounds. But it takes practice. You need experience. Google it. You do not want Google Translate picking up sounds for you. It's often very, very wrong. So a lot of times there would be a line in Japanese from the anime and people are like, I can't hear it. It's a bunch of gibberish. I cannot pick out the sounds for the life of me. And then I repeat the sentence, I write it down, I repeat it for you, and people are like, I can totally hear it now. Because that's what our brains do. Brains filter out things that are irrelevant, things that make no sense. So if you don't understand a language, it just sounds like and you can't hear it. Because you don't know what they're saying and you don't know what you should be listening for. Google Glass, I'm sure, will be using Google Translate, seeing as how much effort they put into doing it. May have learned to correctly say manga, still learning to correct myself with anime. Just keep practicing with Japanese words and you start pronouncing the vowels correctly. Tibaha, playing Overwatch in Japanese all the time has helped my Japanese ear a lot. Lol. You have to pay attention in high-stress situations there. I can very easily pick out when a character yells, Ushiro, behind you, or Tasukete kure, please help me. Kaifuku onegai. Yes. Foxes was literally having trouble with the word for healing or recovery, kaifuku, and then we got in a game with a diva who just spammed that line like 50 times, and she's like, well, I guess I remember that now. I clearly remember this verb. Yeah, it sounds better in songs. Sing's usually clear. Not always the case, though. Can't understand everything. Same game. I hear a lot of Japanese non-stop while playing that game. Here, pick out a line of phrases I recognize. Yeah, but when there's a long conversation, I ask, oh, that was so funny. What did you think about that interaction between the two characters? And foxes will often say, I didn't pick it up. I can't understand it. So... 失敗も容赦もしないよ. Lol. Yeah, Iliari. He was driving crazy. She's why I remember that word. She was spamming that button even when we had her healed up to full. It was nuts. Literally inside of your butt healing you. See, if foxes were a support character, that's how she would heal you. She would have her arm in your butt. you would be Fox's hand puppet. You pronounce something for me sometimes though, even though you're talking clearly. I think I talk pretty clearly.
Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted by bite.
Bites? Oh no, Tiger's gonna bite me. Thank you for the 300 bits, Tiger. Gamers are like that in Valorant. We'll spam need healing pre-rounding. We'll all have, yeah. You gotta do something. Thank you so much.
砂漠のチーターは3年生きるが、ラクダは9年生きる。
I don't know why Foxes decided that that was one of the lines that she wanted to commit to memory. It's Anna just repeating some sort of Egyptian adage. For Foxes does for fisting. Apparently that's how she wants to heal people. Alright, did I have any more I wanted to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh! Between. Nichi. The sun. Or heat. This becomes the verb for not verb. For between. Or duration. Aida. Because guess what? You can see the sun in the crack between the doors of the gate. It's so cool. Japanese is super cool like that. So yeah, this is the kind of thing that you learn where kanji, if you just understand the story, the kanji just makes so much sense. Alright, back to our conjugation lesson. We're conjuring here. Conjuring verbs out of other verbs. Hey, Dev. You're a battle mage? You still need to learn Japanese, though. Just for his hitting hard? Like I said, do nice things for you that make you feel better. Maybe put on some jewelry. Put on some makeup. Rip a heavy fart. Whatever makes you feel better. Leaving the chicken in the fridge overnight makes you spicier. Only if you marinated it in something spicy. There's something wrong if you just put raw chicken or even cooked chicken just sitting in your fridge. Still gotta get makeup? Okay, so what you need to do is go to nearest drugstore then and color match your skin. There's gonna be like 20 or 30 different shades of skin in there. And just take the sample, there's probably a sampler for all of these, and just dab a little bit on your hand, rub it in, see if it disappears. If you can still see where the color is, not a perfect match. Regular foods taste spicy for no reason is probably concerning. It means somebody's breaking into your house and seasoning your food while you sleep. Clearly, that's the only explanation. Yeah. They come in and they season your food. It's some sort of battery of salts. Still a crime, though. The salt and pepper fairy, that makes them sound old! It's a fairy with salt and pepper hair. Someone break into our house once and help themselves to cereal. Nothing else was missing or out of place. Are you sure it just wasn't a family member who popped in for breakfast and left? Alright, verb, kiku. 99, lavo. What do we got here? Kiku. To hear or listen to. The local serial killer. Womp womp. Come on, class. We can go to more exciting things as soon as we're done with this. Just want to do 3 verbs for the Godan so we can see how they work. Your verb is kiku. Kikemos? You actually came up with a different verb because you went to the wrong column. Digital Deer has it. The verb is kikimas. Going from the U column to the A column, further down the road. You actually did was just called the potential form. I can listen. I am able to listen. Kikimas is the correct answer because remember we're going to the E column. U, shift this way to E, not U to A. But we will do that later. Hey, Lunara. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. Yeah, for example, I will listen to... What chart would you recommend as a reference? We have one in the Discord. It is... kind of a mess. Here, let me see. Study resources, maybe? Yep, here it is. So technically, if you want it, Lurg posted... Lurk posted this. Sorry, it's a bit of a mess of a link, but basically it is showing you. This is the Godan chart. Here, actually, let me do it this way. Chrome window. There we go. So see, you go from the oo column to the e column, or the a, or the a, or the o. So this is why it's the Godan, because there's 5 different main columns we switch between. And here's all of the different forms of words that have to do this. It's a lot, though. So there's that one. And there's this one. Japanese verb chart. This is one is talking about the stuff that I teach here. The mas stem, dictionary form, passive, causative, potential, volitional. Oh, actually, here it is. Ichidan verb. Down here. Just the one. Into all of these different columns. It makes sense. It's just kind of confusing with the layout and all the arrows and stuff switching around. So these are in the Discord, in the study resources channel. It's a little bit further up from the bottom, but you can find it. So when I say slide, if I say the oo column, this is a, I, U, A, O in the column, and then the rows are each different letter. Ka, sa, ta, na, ha, ma, ya, ra. Okay. So I usually use the term column because we're doing it as a vertical table. If you want to do it the other way, then call it a row. It doesn't matter. The important thing is all verbs end in oo in their base form. Hey Moogle, you're here early. Welcome, welcome. Right. So let me put this away. Those are in the Discord for anybody, anytime. All right. For example, I will listen to what? Aren't you starting earlier? I did start earlier. I started 3 hours ago. I will listen to Lady Gaga tonight. How about that? I'll just make up a sentence. Was I making a stream and it had already ended? Yep. Because I've moved my stream earlier by about 4 hours. Wait, how? I'm not sure how to spell her name in Japanese. Lady. Just like that. There we go. Sure. So, future tense. Will listen. I'll add the word tonight on here. Ku slides over to ki. Tonight, konya. Even this is a combination of characters that makes perfect sense. Because this is now for today plus yoru for night. So it means this night. Oop. All right, students. I will listen to Lady Gaga tonight. Actually, why don't we say her songs so we're not creeping and listening to her directly. Shh, stop. We could go with ongaku for music. Or we could go with kyoku for instrumental song. So 99? Laveau? Digital Deer. Take a swing at this one. Even for 99 and Laveau, the only thing that I want mostly is the general sentence structure. But just I will listen to music tonight. Ponya, Lady Gaga, which is now trained in my Japanese IME, no ongaku, because this is her music. Remember earlier with the date, we did the possessive no. So this is her music. Imasu. Good. So the important thing here is tonight, the start, you could do watashi wa if you wanted to say I, Lady Gaga music, o kikimasu. I will listen to it tonight. Not so bad, right? Sentence structure is going to take a little bit of getting used to because it's sort of in different order, but it's laid out very logically, just different than what you know in English, but way more consistent than English. Question, what's the difference between uta and kyoku? So the thing is, when we're talking about some sort of like professional song that is a mixture of instrumental or instrumental and vocal, as opposed to mostly like a choral song. No, with an H. Subtitles. Or where it's mostly vocals with just like a simple backing track or something, then we'd use uta. From the verb utau, to sing. But otherwise, for this kind of song, it's instrumental or mixed. As uta is mostly focusing on just the singing with almost no vocals. I was trying to remember what particle goes where no particle goes. Yep. Remember, relative times. Tonight, this afternoon, this morning, yesterday, today, tomorrow. None of those need particles. I'm gonna dip to go get dinner for a bit. I think you should eat more than just dip for dinner. That doesn't sound very healthy. But have fun. See you soon, digital dear. So we did read, we did hear or listen to. Let's do one more, shall we? How about we use manabu to learn, talking about need to give my brain a break, lol. It just absolutely rebelled at attempting that sentence. Okay. I'm imagining a cartoon where Laveau's ears have steam coming out of them. No worries. I understand it's late. Super late for you. But I very much appreciate you learning verbs with us. I mean, this learning just the process and how logical and mechanical Japanese can be. That's the biggest hurdle. The rest of it is just mostly rote memorization of what does it do and what does it look like. So, super big step forward for you. Trying to get all the chicken off my bones without touching them and slowly ending up back in angry cat noise territory. I know I feel like dislike touching bones. I don't like touching bones either, so that's why I usually will shred it with a knife or something. Knife and fork. What an interesting day it's been. So I came home to the Chicago apartment this afternoon. I think I ran off a burglar, found the back door open, and two of the cats running around the apartment do not like each other. Heard a third weapons call hello, nothing. Started found out they stole one roommate's Nintendo Switch. The other roommate had some jewelry that wasn't really important to her stolen too. Anything of value here. Valuables luckily are at home with the better half at the house we own in the western part of the state. However, we did a police report, have made people come to reset our digital entry keypad and cleared out all previous codes. The only one that works is the current one. 4 people, myself, my 2 roommates, and the maintenance man who recorded it. I mean, it wasn't concerning. So finally the back door unlocked, my room door and my bathroom door all open. And at the upstairs, my one roommate locks her door every day so the 2 cats, they don't like each other, don't end up getting into fights. When I was home and her room door handle was bent, Berkeley even was trying to steal one of the roommate's suitcases, take everything away from the apartment. I guess they left everything behind and ran off. Hello? Oof. Yeah, that's scary. Could have been worse. I'm sorry you had to go through that. And yeah, it sucks that stuff was stolen. Because unfortunately, there's not much that can be done, especially for a small portion. Because insurance will only cover... you have to make a claim on your insurance, and deductibles on home insurance are often very high. Talking like $1,000. So unless they steal $1,000 worth of stuff, it's not worth it to make a claim. Sucky part about insurance. Personally makes me want to start carrying again. I mean, that sounds like hard work, carrying all of your belongings on you everywhere you go. Good exercise, though. Like a swagman, like wearing 10 necklaces. I mean carrying a weapon again. I know, I'm being intentionally obtuse, which I do on occasion. Sometimes I'm accidentally obtuse. But that only makes me more a cute fox. Foxicious. I love it. It's a great term. I'm gonna have to use that more often. A swag is a tent sleeping bag hybrid. Oh. I think you're describing a hobo. Spreadsheet. Okay, yes, a romanticized hobo. Got it. Some of the police are used to, I once lost my ID and the police said it's not their problem. I'm like, how's not your problem? There's personally running around with my ID. It's literal identity theft. I don't know, you can have feelings for hobos. Then it can be a romantic hobo. Sure, fine. Romantic hobo brings you 3-day-old flowers from the trash. Sure. Important thing is that we're okay. 3 kitties in Chicago are okay, and there's very little taken. My impression of Chicago, I've been there once on a family vacation, and they broke into our van, the family minivan, and took stuff. And my sister went there for a business trip, and they broke into her car. So basically my impression of Chicago is everything's gonna get broken into. Oh, would pick them from someone else's garden or from like a local park. Got it. Obviously I don't have enough experience with this. I don't have enough experience with romantic hobos is not a sentence that I foresaw needing for today, but here we are. To learn. Pick up facts and knowledge is the verb manabu, which we're going to need to turn into new verb, mas form, polite present future. 99, you got this one? Really want to do the thief send the Eastern Front? Yes, except in this case, Eastern Front would probably be just send him to Russia. I hope that Canadian family's managing to survive there. If you hadn't heard, there's basically a Canadian family who basically thought that society was too accepting of gay people. And so they sold everything in Canada, picked up, moved to Russia. And immediately the first thing that the Russian government did when they arrived was to freeze their assets. And now they're in Russia complaining that no one speaks English and so they can't get help, they can't leave. You heard about them? Yeah. So the wife, people came to follow up and check up with her, foreign reporters. They're like, well, what do you think? Is it everything you dreamed of?
オンセアジョリースワグマンキャンペットバイアビラボンアンダーザシェードオブアクーラバーツリーHE さんアズヒーウォッチドアンドウェイティドティルヒズビリーボイルドユールカムアワルチングマチルダウィズミーダウンカムアジャンバックトゥードリンクアットザットビラボンアップジャンペットザスワギングアンドグラベットヒムウィズグリーHE さんアズヒーストーリドザットジャンバックインヒズタッカーバックユールカムアワルチングマチルダウィズミー
Waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. And he sang as he stowed that jumbuck in his tucker bag. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. It's their national song, Foxes. That's legit the actual Australian national anthem, right? Or is that just national song? I know that song. Those are not real words. Those are Australian words. A jumbuck is a sheep. Waltzing Matilda is about a guy who steals a sheep, shoves it in his bag, and runs from the law. Basically, he dies, and his ghost is haunting Australia forever. You can hear him singing it on the breeze. Billabong, watering hole, which a lot of people know because of the company Billabong from Australia, which does mostly like surf gear and shirts. I was going to stream myself tonight, however, I canceled it. Also, I'm not going out to get an adult beverage like I usually on Friday. You probably want to stay in and secure the place and feel more at home. The reason all our heroes and songs like that are about criminals. It's what the country was made for. Founded by criminals who then evolved into really hot people. This is true, international survey. People asking what country has the hottest people? And they said for women, Brazil. For men, Australia. Okay, so not the national anthem. Kind of like our song America. It's not our national anthem, but it's basically like a characterization of the country. Mana he, mana boo, right here. No, not the Eminem song. It's okay now, really, the hot people get busted smuggling drugs into Bali and become famous, so nothing's really changed. I'm talking about the whole country. Drying my first load of laundry and second load is in the washer and last load is waiting. That's a lot of laundry. Do I want to know what that song's about? So mana he, mana boo, which is why ba bee boo be bo, which sounds like I'm trying to sing bibbity bobbity boo, but mana boo, oh no, goes to mana bee. That's why you have to start from the base letter. Bee ba 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 da boo, ba 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 da boo, bee ba 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 da boo. I'm a scat man or girl. Ba 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 da ba. Manabu to manabi plus mas. First is my actual laundry, second is the bed sheets, top sheet, fish sheet, pillowcase, and a few extra clothes. Final will be my comforters. You wash those? Comforters shouldn't get that dirty when you have top sheets. Sorry, I missed the question. Yes, it does. I'm listening to the song now. It's so funny because the version that lives in my brain has record scratch sounds where the swear words are. I am assuming you're listening to an explicit version now. You have 0 clean clothes left after a day. If you don't do laundry spreadsheet, you're just gonna have to go naked. Comforters get dirty? I mean, mine probably do too. I just don't wash them that much. Got me a censored version of the album. Probably way less popular than the other one. You're never naked? Yes. Spreadsheet. Dresses in layers and just strips off one layer. Spreadsheet just molts. There we go. Can I ask, do you make your bed every morning? I think that partially comes from you having a military training.
Thank you for the follow. The world could always use more foxes.
Hey, it's Taco. Hey, Taco. I know you. Well, come on in. Taco is one of the very frequent regulars over at Calda. And other places. I've seen you around, but mostly at Calder's place. Hey, man. Ah. Well, foxes will tell you that I never make my bed. The only time I make the bed is when I'm putting new sheets on. Bed bugs to vacate. Yum. See, this is one of many reasons why foxes get along so well. Like, that's too much trouble. I'm not going to bother making the bed. Why would I make my bed? I'm just going to mess it up later. You should see how much foxes messes up the bed. Basically, she will grab the covers and then curl into a ball. She's gonna say, I steal the covers. Next, she's gonna tell you to take up the whole bed and sleep diagonally. So, if I don't go to bed with her when she goes to bed, she sleeps diagonally across the bed. And so I basically have to take the tiny triangle of untaken bed at the top of the bed, and it's like, sounds like I mean, half dog. What else are you expecting? If you don't stop talking about rubbing butts with foxes and fox sleep hounds, we'll ship you to 99, you're about 3.5 years too late. That one's shipped, opened, and put on the shelf already. What, do you also do that, Laveau? Are you a covers hoarder? Do you steal the sheets and fly off with them? Fanfic? That already happens. Alright, sentence. I will learn Japanese. I will learn Japanese. Cover hoarder, roll around in my sleep and I will hog the bed. You know, it's probably because dragons are descended from alligators. And alligators basically latch on to their prey and they do the death spin. It's basically the same thing. Laveau grabs onto the covers and then does the death spin. Binkitsu teases me about most though. She calls me a dog when I settle down in bed, skirmill and comfortable shapes in circle before curling with a dog. It's true! Like, okay, good night. I turn out the light. We get our kiss, and then she's like pulling the covers back and forth and like trying to settle in, and I'm like, you're making me seasick. Once we settle down for sleep, it's like a good 30 seconds that she's thrashing around. It's first position is good because I know how I sleep. I just curl up in a ball and I'm done. Separate blankets and pillows. That's why I have two weighted blankets on the bed. I have a furry warm layer and I have a sheet, and she like grabs two of them. Separate covers, same bed, yeah. You roll over 50 times a night. This is why people have sleeping problems. Yes, at the very least, separate sheets is a huge thing if you're sharing the bed with somebody, because you're not having tug of war with the sheets. I have sleeping problems. I'm just always tired. That sounds like a sleeping problem. I worry, spreadsheet, that you and others may have some, like, sleep apnea or something that causes you to interrupt your own sleep by not breathing. Alright, sentence here on the screen. I will learn Japanese. What are we doing? Do we need the word Japanese in this class? We have learn. We all already know how to do this form. Manabu, to manabimasu. Nihongo is correct. Can you do the sentence spreadsheet? It'd be nice to have the word for Japanese in Japanese, sure. Sleep apnea? Yes. Sleep apnea is often a kind of like obstruction. People who snore tend to also suffer from apnea. Yeah, your body stops breathing, brain starts to panic, and that's why you like sometimes will jolt yourself awake. So even if you give yourself ample time to sleep, even if it's like 8, 9, 10 hours, and you're still tired, there's a decent chance that you have some kind of sleep disorder. You may not even realize it because maybe you thrash around and then you fall asleep again. And maybe you're waking up 10, 20 times in the middle of the night, like 99. But you may have no memory of that. Just enough to prevent you from suffocating. Alright, the word Japanese is Nihongo. Watashi wa Nihongo wo manabimasu. Perfect. That's excellent. Very nice. Perfect. There we are. So, this is how we make the verb. First, identify what kind of verb it is. If it ends in something that's not ru, 100%, it must be one of these. It ends in ru, a little bit more complicated, but easier to conjugate. Just a casual condition people might go their entire lives without figuring out. That's why some people are like, I have to sleep 9 or 10 hours a day, or I get very sleepy. And it's like, well, because possibly you have a sleep disorder, and with all of the thrashing around you you need the extra time to get barely enough restorative sleep to keep going every day. I've talked to some people like, I need to sleep 10 to 12 hours. It's like, that's entirely too long. That's way above average. So I have overnight tracking sleep doctor. That's why smartwatches keep track of your sleep to see how much you're breathing. Yeah, that's totally why. Get vivid nightmares that wake me up and then I'm wide awake and that's my night done. See, that's a different thing. Sleep apnea, night terrors, things like that. Different direction, but these can all be reasons why people have trouble sleeping. Alright, would it be too much to introduce a new sets of verbs? It's the same concept. So that's why I usually teach these as a set of 4. In for a penny, in for a pound. I've taught you the polite present future. We may as well also learn the polite past, the polite negative present future, and the polite negative past. While we're at it, right? Because these are all the same thing. The minor tweak, that's all. Been better about taking naps when I'm tired. I mean, at your age, you shouldn't need to nap if your sleep is good. Got hung up at the part over, that's fine. This is part of learning. Let me walk you through it again. Watashi wa, again. In the beginning, almost all of our sentences are going to start with this because the sentence is about me. Object. What are we learning? The verb is we'll learn. Manabimasu. What are we learning? This. This is why we have the direct object particle right here. Because the verb learn, manabu, manabimasu, what is it acting on? I'm the one doing it. Watashi. Manabimasu tells what we're doing. Nihongo is what is it applied to. Depression or mental illness to make you tired? Absolutely. Because you're burning up energy at a way higher pace. Like anxiety, depression, trauma, all of these things eat up mental energy. Absolutely. So the polite past, I call this the mashita form sometimes. This combination again, we've had this so much. Estrogen with the watermelon. I'll be slow to start, but when it clicks, it'll just click and I'll be translating left, right, and center. give it a shot. I have so much still left to teach, but if what we're teaching so far is not so bad, I think you'll do just fine. Let's take the verb taberu, for example. Taberu, same thing. We're gonna drop the ru, and now we just add mashita instead. Taberu, nix the ru. Tabemashita, bam. Watermelons help the estrogen get down. I mean, sure, just embed the pill in the watermelon. Easy. Handful of watermelon? Don't eat watermelon as fast as I do on stream, please. Let's do to drink. Eat and drink go together. Nomu. Oop, not that one. To drink.
It's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and check your posture.
Oh yeah, hydration
Your
time.
health comes first.
Don't forget to hydrate. Spreadsheet, make sure you stand up. Walk around a little bit. Walking around, veins squeezing the blood back so you don't get blood pooling in your legs. Taberu, to eat. Here, let's just do this. Taberu, to eat, becomes
まもなく
ate.
2番線に品川東京方面行きが参ります。
Hey, Tetsu. How you doing? 500系新幹線の日。そうなの ?3 月23日なのOh, it was on the 22nd. Oh, okay. So you subtract the ru. Plus mashita. And bam. To drink, same thing. 27周年. You got all sorts of train facts in there. Go check out Tetsuneko if you are a train buff, especially if you like Japanese trains. Be hard pressed to find someone more interested in Japanese trains than Tetsu. Look, playing Densha de Go, Shinkansen edition. Lurking in the background. Sounds good. So remember, the mu from nomu here changes to mu to mi plus mashita. 飲みました。I'm just going to change this to 2. Drink. でも、2026年には4本の500系は引退する。だから、その前に、そのお別れしなければいけないでしょ。Tetsu says that in 2026, there are 4 of the 500 series Shinkansen, which will be retiring. Can I streamline this any? No. I'm just going to shrink this then. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, wow. There. Good enough. まだ2本がある? I know nothing about trains other than how they move. They're retiring our XPT. Not that it really goes too fast. We fail at high-speed rail. I think the countries that do high-speed rail the best, Japan, France, and maybe the last one's Russia? I'm not sure.
Cover it for you, because if you don't get around to eating it, then that one too.
That's alright, she's not gonna eat it.
Yeah. Been on the table. So keep it.
Okay. Alright, thanks, Mom. My mom brought me dinner. Because now, I used to eat dinner and then start my stream. Now, with my stream starting earlier, I have to eat dinner in the middle. Gotta head out, got a VR chat meetup to attend. Thanks for the lesson. No problem, Lavo. I'll talk to Foxes. It's possible she might want to show up later. Rail trains didn't have wheels. You mean they're like sleds? Yeah, my mom's a sweetheart. She brought me some stir-fried cabbage, some corned beef, and a genuinely Irish dish called Kilcannon, which is basically boiled cabbage and mashed potatoes blended together. Stanfold Intimates? I mean, it's gotta be done. Maglev? Yeah, Maglev doesn't have wheels. It's using alternating magnetic currents to support the train. And adjusting the speed. Oh, different one. Oh, okay. My bad. Linear motor car. That makes sense. I'm surprised they don't have anything about magnets in there, but Foxes says VR チャットのミーティングに行ってもいいですか 実はモデルを働きかけたかったけど not getting much on it. You're probably too sleepy to do some serious work, though. You're both obviously welcome to join this one if you want. Also be down to join and see the one Fox talked about. I didn't realize that they were... Look, I'm new to this. I thought they were the same thing. Her wheelchair because it was electric, they thought it hovered. We're not that far in the future. Although a maglev technically does hover. Ish. You're talking about some kind of hanging tram. That's different. I don't know. I'm not part of this social group. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Bye, Laveau. We got about another 2 hours or so left in stream. Might be back later. I'm gonna get ready to take a shower. Can't go to bed yet because I have to wait for the sheets and comforter to be finished in the laundry. That's why you probably want to do them separately. If you can afford the electricity, do the sheets separate, do the comforter separate. Comforter should be in its own load. It's like I'm introverted. I just never got into it as much. But seeing some people really, really like it, if I want to spend time with them, then I have to go into VR chat. I am introverted. Plus, I also worry that some people... We used to have people who were regulars in the chat, and then they got VR, and I literally see them for a short time once or twice a year now. I'm like, I don't want to be like that. I want to have offline stuff. I have projects I want to work on. Multiple people from my community who used to be regulars in chat fell into the VR black hole and basically never came back. I'm a Luddite. I think there's 2 D's in Luddite. When it comes to VR, so no danger there for me. I mean, you're talking to a fox across the internet on a computer. I don't think you're that much of a Luddite. For those of you who don't know, Luddites, it's usually used as a condescending term on the internet. It's basically someone who hates technology. So I'm tempted to have a VR chat world made to watch stream. It's probably not that difficult. VR chat's been around so long that people have like free TV screens or something. You just make a world, put a TV screen in, and bam. Yeah, viewing party worlds, for sure. Yeah, but you also have a better balance. You have a lot of family stuff, Tetsu, and you have a stream. There's so many people who either almost 100% of their socializing is in VR, or they stream nothing but VR chat, which, you know, I've seen a lot of partnered streamers who make it because of VR chat, but, you know, obviously everyone does their own thing. I enjoy VR chat, but I tend to get overwhelmed with the noise, so I'd rather explore the quieter places. Well, yeah. Exploring worlds with a small number of people is very different than I'm going to join a meetup with 30 people in there. Earmuff mode? Yeah, earmuff mode on VR chat is basically a sphere that anything outside of this suddenly just becomes super quiet and muffled. VR chat, you can do desktop mode. That's what I was on actually yesterday. And even if you find a public world that has everything you want, you can join a private instance of those worlds. And that's basically you and anyone you invite. I think I've socialized more with this class than I had for the previous 5 years together. I'm not a people person. Right. You're a cat. We've established this spreadsheet. You just haven't accepted it yet. Have it completely mute anyone past certain distance and people are quiet past certain distance otherwise. Smaller circle where it's full volume so I can hear who we're actually talking to. Yeah. That's how it works. Earmuff mode now has a cone mode so I can hear his person while as a friend facing code doesn't include mode. Oh, that's clever. I mean, that's basically how our ears work. They're facing forward. So, yep, earmuff works on desktop. Just have it work with your headphones. Yeah, makes sense. Ears face forward. See, look, these ears, they're facing forward. I should, by all rights, hear in front of me way better than behind. I'm going to do a thing so I can show off the new model to a group of people because I want praise and be called cute. I am a sucker. I thought that was called a fluffer. Well, it looks like a lot of the stream is winding down. People are slowly coming offline. From class, Foxes, did you want to take over class at any point? Instead of mashita, the negative present future is the masen form. Anata ga kawaii desu. Not o, because the o is the direct object particle, and you're not doing a verb at the end. So when you say it is, has to be ga. Tabemasen. I won't eat. Oh, I'm just going to shrink the whole thing. I don't care anymore. Here, the mu changes to me, and then, instead of mashita, becomes masen. For all of these negative present future. You're fidgety, get up. Do you have restless leg syndrome or something? Or, like, get up. Satisfy the urge to wiggle your leg. No mi masen. Won't drink. It's important phrasing because some people don't want to drink alcohol. Some people don't drink coffee. So how do you say you don't or won't drink it? Like this, right here. This one's the longest form. This will take a little bit of masen deshita. You don't drink tea? Tea's great, though. Yeah, see, spreadsheet's drinking your share of tea. Masen deshita. Not won't eat now just becomes didn't eat. Negative past tense. Sure, you have herbal tea, herbal and floral tea, you have fruit tea, black tea, chai tea, boba tea. So many different kinds of tea. Got a soda out of my chicken, which is probably a mistake, but that's why I'm fidgety. Ah, the sugar. Well, coffee has different varieties. You've got like Kona coffee, coffee from Ethiopia, coffee from where are all the other coffee? Or Colombia, Colombian coffee, Mexico, all that. But a lot of it's the same, and they just have different notes in there. Notes of wood or fruit or ash or whatever. Did find out that tea comes in tea bags, ruins the flavor. Am I like proper brewed tea? Yeah, you're talking about loose leaf tea. Very different. Hot leaf juice. That's what it's called in Hitchhiker's Guide as well. Hot leaf juice with stuff squirted out of a cow. Oh, use this one instead. Nomu, to drink. Mu to me, and masen deshita. Nomimasen deshita. Your won't drink turns into didn't drink. Hot leaf juice better than hot bean juice? I agree with you 100%, spreadsheet. Especially some of the really strong coffee that I get something like creamy fruity, just like me, when we go out. And then Foxes get something like bitter. And we exchange drinks for like one sip. She's like, wow, that's really sweet. There's so much sugar in that. And then I try hers and I'm like, ah, it tastes like I licked a chimney. So, yick, not into coffee. Uncle Iroh's amazing. Don't liking drinking tea bags very much? Yeah, it gets caught in your teeth and all that. Ah, deshita. Well, you'll also learn that des and deshita. Des is the is, am, are. Deshita, past tense of that, was, were. Hey, 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 hey. Cat was literally licking my dinner. All right. So, Any questions about these? I basically taught 4 verb forms now. The last particle table you did the other day, I think you missed wa. Either I missed it. I have, yeah. The first particle on your list, 99, the ha, that's wa. It's the letter ha, but it is written as, or pronounced as wa in spoken Japanese. It's an old archaic thing. Basically, like, the language evolved over time, and they just, like, left the writing the way it was. I have to move my dinner because the cat keeps getting into it. Sometimes accidentally type wa, yeah. It's one of those things you'll just pick it up with experience. Don't worry about it. All right. What are we doing? 99 spreadsheet, you still studying? I can give you some practice sentences to work on if you like. Hi. Hi, cat who's warming my feet and not eating my dinner. I'll take your silence to mean that it's okay to give you some sentences then. I ate a sandwich yesterday. All right? Don't worry, I'll supply you with the hard things. Sandwich. Sandoichi. That time I lost sound for a bit, I was about to say you muted yourself. Sounds like the data stream is having trouble. And the word for yesterday. Kino. They cross the streams? Yeah, don't cross the streams. Both when you're busting ghosts and when you and your friend are peeing. Don't cross the streams, it gets messy. Any other pronunciation exceptions I should take note of? Basically just the 3. particle is wa, the letter ha, pronounced wa. Particle o, wo, is only pronounced o. And the particle he, pronounced just e. Those three. Feel the need to take a nap, a cat nap. Well, a long one. A tiger nap? Sleepy tiger nap. There you go. Enjoy your nap, tiger. And the chicken whenever you inevitably have some. Yeah, I'll move it up. Alright, can we make the sentence now? Be chicken and veggie stir fry in my near future. But for now, sleep. So you're having chicken and veggie stir fry for breakfast, apparently. Good night, Tiger. Have a good sleep. Thank you for the bits earlier. And good to see you. Night. Okay. Spreadsheet says, Sandoichi o tabemashita. Perfect. Correct. You can have the optional watashi wa if you want to. I'm going to put it in here so you know where it goes. Beginning feels strange? Perfectly fine. See, if that helps scratch that itch of this sentence feels wrong, then do it. Perfectly equally valid is if you take the kino here and you can move it to here. This is the second place. This one and this one. Personally, it's a personal preference which one you want. Don't need it. If you, because it's yesterday, today, tomorrow, this morning, this evening, this afternoon, next week, last week, next month, last month, this month, all of those that have a next, last, or this in there, relative time periods do not need particles unless you're specifically talking about the day as the subject. For example, when somebody is like, well, yesterday was my birthday. It's like, okay, well, hino wa, because we're specifically talking about yesterday. When it's incidentally just a backdrop for other action, then it does not need it. Okay? There are situations where you're specifically addressing the day as the subject. This is what I want to talk about. Tomorrow is my first day at the new job, or something like that. You're specifically talking about tomorrow. Yep. Let's just change this up a little bit. She does not drink coffee. Just a reminder, the verb to drink. Nomu. Coffee. Kohi. Like this. You can also write it like this. With the kanji. But this is usually for like fancy coffee shops. Not Starbucks, not mom and pop shops, like older traditional places. This is the most standard way to do it, in katakana. So, here are your pieces. What form does the verb take here? She is kanojo, perfect. Exactly right. The verb would be nomimasen, correct. Because we're talking about the negative present future, correct. I think I'll be able to translate things better when I can actually read kana. You'll definitely increase the skill level. That's why I tell people, learn hiragana as soon as you can. Because it starts to shift your brain into the Japanese mode. Whereas I made a mistake. I taught my classes in kanji, hiragana, and romaji because I wanted it to be more accessible to everyone. And guess what? Even people who'd been coming to my stream for like the whole year never learned hiragana. Because guess what? People will sink to the lowest energy level. Minimal requirements. And it's like, you've been doing this for a year. Why have you not learned hiragana? Because I didn't need to. Because you taught it in romaji also. Which is why I have since yoinked, and yeeted that away. Because once you switch to hiragana, it's way faster. And your brain switches easier. You start formatting that brain section, your foreign language section in your occipital lobe. Like, that's That's important. That's big skill. Work on your kana. It's very important. 99. Could you learn Japanese all in Romaji? You could, but you'll be slower. It won't click the same in your brain as it does if you do it in kana. Kanojo wa kohi o nomimasen. Very nice. Hi, Lily. Lily cat. Very good. Perfect answer. Good answer. Good answer. He didn't eat my pizza. Is there a reason it's kohi over kohi? Because there's no letter C in Japanese. And there's no letter F either. Technically, what you're working with is the letter U, which is kind of a halfway between F and H, which we then modify into hi. Or in this case, just straight up the letter he. Kohi is how you say coffee in Japan. Why don't we change this? We'll just make this ice cream. He, him. Are. To eat. Aberu. Specifically, ichidan verb. So that'll teach you, it tells you all you need to know to convert this properly. And ice cream. Ice cream. Men are curry. Men are spicy. Isn't this cool? This is actually just off of the word ice. Alright. Here's all the pieces. Make sure you pick the correct form. Dinner is negative past. So, tabemasen deshita. Perfect. 彼はアイスクリームを食べませんでした。Excellent. Full points. Coming back to your spreadsheet. Really good stuff. You're doing great. For bonus points, we would have added watashi no in here. For the my part. But bonus points. Starting to come together. Watashi no. I or me plus possessive. My ice cream equals watashi no, which then means my. Way simpler than English. Whoever it is plus no. So we don't have to learn all of those mine, his, hers, ours, theirs, yours. It's like these forms are all different depending on who you're talking about. In Japanese, one way. Name or pronoun plus no. Easy. Yours in Japanese? That's why you gotta start switching your brain over to Japanese. Welcome back, Digital Deer. How's your dinner dip? He didn't eat my ice cream. 彼は私のアイスクリームを食べませんでした。You had ice cream for dinner? What kind of ice cream did you have? I want more. Who are you, Little Mermaid? Chocolate raspberry. Okay, you're forgiven. That's a delicious combination. Raspberry is one of my favorite fruit flavors, especially for like jam or ice cream. Raspberry, so good. Anata is you, so anata no be yours. Yes-ish. In the sense that what you said is 100% grammatically correct. However, in Japanese, people rarely use the word you. Lasagna? Oh my gosh, hi. Good to see you. And thanks for the relaxing kitty purr. Is kino used as a noun or an adjective? It's neither. Kino is an adverb. Hey, Lizana. Good to see you. Would stuff like kitsune no? Yeah, absolutely. Any noun, any pronoun, whether it's a name, a species, pronoun like theirs, totally works. How you been, Lizana? Shika no computer, the deer's computer. Been good. Studying a bit for a new job. Ooh. What kind of job is it? Design job? It sounds lucrative, but also harder to do. Definitely not a design. I know what I like, but coming up with new things causes me trouble. Sure, I don't need to explain this to spreadsheet, how to say the word cat in Japanese, but I'll say it for the rest of the class. Neko. Coding is a bit hard for me. I would love to learn, but the job market seems a bit too anxiety-inducing at the moment. Well, so you can learn some of the basics. There's like websites you can find that walk you through it. Like the process of coding is not hard. It's kind of a, you do this, then you do this, then you do this. It's very organized and logical. The harder thing is to learn how to think in code. Think in coding terms. Kami? True, that's how cats think. Teaching code, look up pirate software. I wouldn't I wouldn't Google for that because it sounds like you're going to pirate some software. Still waiting for my background check to finish for the new job. Oh, nice. Hopefully it shouldn't take that long. It's not like you have a sketchy past or anything, right? Right. Innocent as the driven snow? Yeah, the driven snow in front of a old snowplow. I love the puzzle work, but I struggled in advanced coding in new languages. Oh, same girl. Like new languages? Like my main coding is in Java, C, C++, and C Sharp, and JavaScript. And it's like, wait, you want me to learn like 4 other things now? Sheesh. So if you say Twitch and YouTube, that's what you should be looking for. Pirate Software Twitch or Pirate Software YouTube. C Sharp is fun. I consider C Sharp to be like the love child of Java and C++. A lot of people asking for Python now. Microsoft Java? Oh yes, I know. Part of my senior project for my computer science degree was a commission from Microsoft to work with C Sharp. So I'm very aware of what it is. Hey Maya. How are you doing today? Yeah, I'm doing all right. It's Friday. It's Foxy Friday around here. We're learning Japanese, saying important things like this. How you doing? Digital Deer doesn't like large Python. Got it. Noted. Only like small Python. As another deer that is digital. See, you found your kin, Digital Deer. They're like large, messy Python. Yeah, it gets everywhere, makes a mess. The Python is beginner friendly. Is it? Alright, spreadsheet. Only one focusing on the class right now. Neko wa watashi no beddo de nemashita. You're knocking this out of the park, a spreadsheet. It's exactly what I would have written. Singular? Plural? Not important. You could write neko tachi if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Today was interesting to say the least. My mom really wanted me to take me out to lunch. And I'd planned on coming out to her because I'm getting to that point. My grandma had to go to the hospital, so that lunch didn't happen. Don't know if I should be worried or relieved. I thought you were still somewhat financially dependent on them. I I worry if you come out to them that they'll basically cut you out. I'm not saying you shouldn't necessarily. I'm saying I worry about the details. Unfortunately, with the polarization of a lot of politics, a lot of people somehow are much, much more okay with it than they should be of kicking their family out for the horrific crime of being LGBTQ, which pisses me off, honestly. Remember Day in Sydney? Excellent, excellent. You know your situation better than I do. Of course, Maya. But I'm just worried. That's all. Because I know your parents are dog-headedly conservative. Pig-headedly? Oh, I am. I'm 100% still financially dependent on them for getting through college, but I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm saying to myself, you finally have your answers, you have a goal, it's okay for others to know. I'm going to tell my friends up at college when I get back, but since my mom was already close enough, figure it's time to just admit to my crimes. They've done worse to you, though. Since you're financially dependent, I don't want to see you basically homeless and destitute. Maya. Come out to people at college. People probably fine with that, because at least your friend group, right? But probably better to wait. Again, my advice, take it with a grain of salt, but best time is once you have your own job and you don't need to borrow money from your parents anymore. So like when you have financially stable income, okay, they want to yank their support and get the heck out, then it's not that big a blow. I know it's great. I tell people that they should come out and that it feels great to do so. But basically there's whole percentages of the country who are basically like, well, they're your kids, they should listen to you and not be gay. Don't be trans. And it's like, what? That's nonsense. It's not a choice. The only choice is whether you act on it. But that's also not a crime. Shouldn't be. They're trying to make it a crime. So yeah. I know it's dumb, I know it's dangerous. I'm gonna see if my mom brings up any time for and should spill if not that legal. Please, for your sake, please leave it alone. I've talked to people who have gotten kicked out or who had to run away from home, and you have to do some pretty desperate things to survive. Live in shelters. Dev knows that. You may have to do unsavory jobs, like, away from my dinner! Away, cat! No. That's not, that wasn't my advice. Talk to Dev. Dev also knows the same kind of thing. Kicked out by family, begrudgingly let back in. It's corned beef and cabbage. Because we just had St. Patrick's Day recently. That's a small tsu. That's why I have this written here. Small tsu here. It's definitely worth looking into what services are around ahead of time, just in case. Always good to know your options. It's a conservative state, though, too. I don't know whether she wants to mention it. I'm gonna try very hard not to dox her. But it is a conservative state, and you'd basically be relying on LGBTQ nonprofit and charities. So okay, well, I mean, you said it. Texas. It's a small tsu. Like the letter tsu, tachitsu, teto. From there. I mean, you know I'm saying this out of concern. I'm not trying to, like, shove you back in the closet. But if you get kicked out, lose your home, and all that, it's going to affect your job prospects. Dragon with a big belly? Yeah, I see them at a lot of cons. I don't remember the name either. In fact, I was reading on Reddit. It's a trans person, I think it was in Texas as well, who said that they missed their car payment, so the car shut down remotely. Parents kicked them out, and because they were financially unstable, they lost their apartment. Living in their car, couldn't take a shower, job fired them. Because it's like a customer-facing job. It's like, I don't want that to happen to you. It's a horrible, horrible story, and these are very common. 75% of LGBTQ, 75% of homeless teens and young adults are LGBTQ exactly for this reason. Because people are backwards and stupid and have put conditions on their love. It's crazy. I feel so sad. I met someone recently who said that they tried the whole trans thing, quote unquote, but got death threats, so they stopped. Yeah, unfortunately, I actually unfortunately have a comic that addresses that exact thing. Just scrolling up through my LGBTQ thing. Yes, here. This comic makes me a little bit sad, but I still want to share it with everybody. People are worst, avoid them and hang around foxes instead. Or me. It's happening with one of my brother's friends, came out as trans and everything, is just getting mocked, not even in her face, just small talk behind her back, and I just want to give her a hug. Yeah, but you said foxes. That's her stream. It's a separate place. Alright, here's the comic. I'll read it to you, so I was like, Are you sure? Oh my gosh, yes, I've been wanting to do this for forever. So, what do you think? I love it. Trans-colored hair. Boss saying, it's too distracting and you know no one is going to take you seriously. They're a clergy member. I've had complaints from people in the congregation. It just doesn't align with how we want to be seen. Oh, you mean like compassionate? Yeah, apparently not. And this is her partner. It's too much of a change. I don't even recognize you. This is her parents. It's not even close to natural, though. Your mom and I just think it's a little embarrassing. The BFF, not to be rude, but what were you expecting? I'm not sure. A little more support, I guess. Well, it's kind of weird, and no one forced you to do it. Yeah. It's obviously making you miserable. Maybe you can just go back. I guess I didn't really like it after all. This is it. Because it's like, well, I'm happy, this is what I want, and no one supports it. Everyone says, we liked you better before, or this is weird, stop it. And it sucks. This comic is such a mood, and it is very sad. I agree. I'm sorry to dump this on everybody, but this is part of the struggle we have. Need to fix my flag hanger so I can hang my trans flag? You mean outside or in your room? Disregard people stung. That's why so many people come to the furry fandom. It's like, yeah, we don't care. In fact, the more the merrier. Come join us. We are accepting. Laveau had to take off. They went to a VR chat meetup. Addiction to stuffed animals? Perfectly fine as long as it doesn't take over everything. Anything is fine in moderation. Was using it as a curtain for my window? I mean, if you're in the city, then it's probably fine. I just worry that sometimes there's some crazy yahoos who'll like throw a rock through your window or something. Bumpanada. I want another stuffed animal. Probably going to get one after I get my trans Amazon list. What I think you mean is waiting for my transaction to go through. Sorry. The occupational hazard of being here. My window doesn't point at the street so the neighbors can either see the flag or me doing trans things. Well, I guess that's what the curtain's for. Blinds? Yeah, that can work. Back to Japanese, shall we? Blind's your best friend? Or maybe your best friend's blind. Gotta go, I have been summoned. What are you, a genie? Have a good night, Maya. Thanks for stopping by. Please think on what I said. I do not want you to be homeless. So, the flag. Let's see. What do we want to do with this? Oh, how about we use the word bye? Not as an orientation. Buy is in purchase. Rainbow is the word Niji. If you type in Niji, you can eventually get a rainbow emoji. Flag is the word hata. The verb to buy, to purchase. Bought is just passed by. Yeah, because English is crazy and stupid. Buy, bought, bought. Niji is a noun. A rainbow is a noun. In this case, we'll have to do something to it to make it an adjective. The verb is kau. Oh, bloody heck. Say spreadsheet. All these blooming words. Know I've learned how to do that before. It's okay, spreadsheet. Hit it with your boomerang. We'll get a kangaroo to give it a good old kick in the head. And then last week, Senshu. Remember, this is a relative time period. Anything with last, this, or next relative time. I don't got it? It's okay. I'll walk you through it. Something to do with no. Could be. That's the closest I can come to dragging anything out of my memory soup. I think it's called dredging. You're pulling something out of liquid. You're trying to dredge stuff up. Digital deer, are you still here? Yeah, like the harbor. Thank you for not putting extraneous U's in your words spreadsheet. Extraneous. Unnecessary. You like small words? Like unnecessary? Oh yeah, that's much shorter. Why is everyone spitting things out when I say stuff? Niji for rainbow, correct. Does he use ni? Alright. Here, let me walk you through it. We had someone else spit out their drink too. When I gave them my old voice, they're like... For the particle, no. There's no ni in there anywhere. Well, it just shows how far you've come. That's what she said. Watashi wa. This is where we're going to start. What? Optional, though. You can skip this. Senshu for last week. Nope. You have a whole table of particles. Make sure you pay attention to what the purpose of them is. What function do they serve? Senshu last week, because remember, time periods. Best go here or right at the beginning, right here. Niji no ata o kaimashita. What happened here? Because we're taking a noun, an actual rainbow from the sky, and basically trying to pull an attribute, pull some sort of, I don't know how to say it other than attribute, pull some sort of description or something out of the rainbow, we're going to use the particle no. Yeah, it's a rainbow flag in the sense that it's pulling the rainbow colors out of it and putting it on the flag. Kind of a transitive property. So when I talked about how typically we talk about e-adjectives and na-adjectives, no is a separate category, but sort of subheading under na. How would you say a trans flag? Transgender no hata. Same thing. Because transgender is not an adjective, it's a noun. Because it's both the concept and the people. So same thing, we would use no to link it to whatever you want to talk about. No, you called it. You said probably has something to do with no. And that's correct. Because we're basically turning the rainbow, the actual color rainbow, a noun, linking it with no, and it's sort of transferring its rainbowness into flag. Another way, Lazanha, is you could also do like transgender iro, color, the word for color. Just trying to figure out how to convert the word somehow, but it's a linking thing, yep. So anytime that no adjective exists, but we still need to use a noun as an adjective to describe what kind of thing it is, then this is often what we do. But green? Experience. At one point, Foxes was like, I feel sad and I'm mad at myself that I don't know this. Even though it's such a beginner thing. It's like, just because you're up at a certain level of Japanese does not mean you know every single thing below it. Experience points instead of an overall gauge of Japanese and your level in Japanese. It's better to consider that you have levels in everything. Levels in each of the different verb forms, levels in experience with each of the different words and concepts and phrasing. So if you've never seen this very basic concept before because I didn't teach it, it's not your fault. All you have to do is just start leveling it up, start using it. That's all. You're very green. Are you seasick? Spreadsheet? Is that what happened? Oh, 'cause of the badge. Your heart is making you green. That's okay. It'll slowly turn. But after you're done being green, you're probably going to turn blue. Let's see. She will not sell her car. About the adjective linking thing? Sure, go ahead. Are there situations where linking with just no doesn't work? So, adjectives are only going to fall into one of those three categories. An E adjective, a na adjective, and these are like clearly defined adjectives in the language. Which is why the no adjectives sort of is the catch-all at the bottom. So anything that's not an adjective, but you clearly want to use it as an adjective, like rainbow flag, that's where it goes. Anything that you want to use an adjective that doesn't have an adjective form. Yeah, no is the exception. Correct. Good question. Let's spice it up a bit. Blue. We'll make our car blue. So in order to do this, she, her, I can put it if you need it, but we're going to need the verb to sell, uru, blue as an adjective, aoi, aoi as blue, and then car. Kuruma is the main way to do this. You could do the sort of full version, jidosha, but that's basically like calling a car an automobile. It's like, who does that? Basically only if you're talking about it in very formal terms. It's not needed. It's not absolutely needed, but good practice. You can put it in and it can be explicit whose car it is, but no, it's technically not needed because people will assume that's what it is. Because who else's stuff do you have a right to sell? Not really anybody's. So if you don't mention it, people will assume it's her own. But a particle would? Nope. Either put it in or don't. Those are the two options. Because if you put it in, it's explicit. If you don't put it in, it's implicit. Almost. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. This is a Goldan verb. My bad. Totally not your fault. I should mark these things. That's okay. It happens. Kanojo wa aoku, not aoku. You're jumping ahead to the adverb form. Aoi kuruma o u. New form? Urimasen. Correct. Because we're using the negative present future. So this is the future. She will not sell it. She will not sell the car, and we just know she's talking about her car? Yes, because if she's selling something that's not hers, something that's out of the ordinary, out of what you would think, you have to say it. If she's selling her friend's car, if she's selling her grandma's car, you have to say that. Because otherwise people will assume it's her car. Is that what Foxes meant when she says she thinks about it to see if it will fit? What? I think I missed the context. Oh, you mean the verbs. I was gonna say, she can look at something and knows if it's gonna fit or not. Yes, I said that too. The looking at the verb, and if you try conjugating it one way or the other, if you don't know which, if it's an ichidan or godan verb, then give it a try and it will just feel weird once you gather enough experience. See, now you're starting to get it. For the other people in class, I forgot to mention that this was a godan verb, and so Spreadsheet conjugated it as if it were an ichidan verb. It's like, that's weird. And in cases like this, often the Japanese IME will help you, because you'll type it in the way you think it is. If it's the wrong conjugation, the IME will complain. It'll, like, instead of taking a nice, smooth, finished word with the kanji, it'll break partway through and saying, are you trying to do this and then maybe there's a different thing here? So when you see that, the IME is like, I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm gonna take a guess what I think you mean. This isn't right. Yeah, it did that, right? So the IME is trying to help you. There are some cases where it won't help you. For example, in cases where colloquially they do it grammatically wrong, but because everyone does it, it accepts it. So, yeah, that happens too. Should really break up my sentences as I write so I can check stuff like that. Yeah, don't do the full sentence all at once. Because you make a mistake, you may end up doing the whole thing over again. So typically, unless it's a very fixed sentence with choppy words, I'll often almost do one word, hit the spacebar, hit enter when I'm happy with it. So you do have to use the spacebar and the enter key quite a lot more. Well, class is mostly Spreadsheet and 99 at this point. So, you need more practice, or do you want to move on? Takes practice. Build up experience. Up to 9? Yes, we're gonna start entering the home stretch. Maybe about half an hour left in class. So, well, I can introduce a little bit of something. Just building up vocab, that's why I'm trying to vary it a bit. Not repeating all the same things over and over again. Oh, the Minecraft fox? Yeah, that was pretty clever. Because the theme of FC 2024 was pixelated, I believe. So, you'll see a lot of props that were boxy and stuff. I'll try anything. Yep, we get it. You're easy, Spreadsheet. You don't have to keep rubbing our faces in it. Just kidding. Spreadsheet's like, oh, I'm easy. And it's like, yeah, just wiggle your butt at us, why don't you? Alright, this one should not be too much harder. This is going to follow kind of along in the same path. Yeah, you know, butt wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Like that. You love that emote? It's actually from a 2-part art commission that Fox has got. Because it's like, well, one character per commission, and then Fox has bought both slots. On an unrelated note, I may need to start transitioning before I move to Queensland, because Queensland doesn't have informed consent. Makes me sad that British Commonwealth countries and the UK are backsliding so far. What is informed consent? So this is important for anyone who wants to transition. Basically, in places where they don't have informed consent, you basically have to get checked out by by mental health professionals, and you have to talk to them. You have to convince them that you have gender dysphoria, and they have to study you. They may insist that you socially transition, that you change your name, that you start wearing like more gendered outfits the way you want to be rather than what you currently identify as. And then they have to watch the progress. They have to see how you feel. Sometimes this can take 2 or 3 years before it's like, okay, fine, I'm convinced. I'm convinced it's not an act. I'm convinced it's not a mental health issue. Conservative places will basically say if you're gay or if you are trans, you're actually just confused and you're recovering from trauma, and it's not actually a thing that you want to do. You're just acting out because of trauma. Like, who are you to tell me what that is? And so what informed consent does, which is only in some parts of Australia, only in some states in the US, basically says, yes, I know what I'm talking about. I'm aware of the risks. I can prove to you, and I take all responsibility for this. I'm not going to blame you or sue you. And then the doctor will be like, okay, sure, here you go, and just give you start you on the process. Or in my case, I had to ask my doctor if I could. He booked me an appointment with mental health professional, one appointment, 2-3 weeks later. Or actually I had 2 though. I had to take 2 mental health consults to say, yes, I know what I'm talking about. I know this is what I want. And then they're like, yep, you know everything you need to know. Good enough for me. And then they sign off on it. BS. Apparently in Ireland, that process of getting medical health professional approval can take 10 years. And that's absolute crap. 10 years is... They have no right to put somebody's life on hold for 10 years. Why is it their business? Because government regulation. These conservative countries say, well, you know, the woke left is trying to turn all of our kids gay and trans, so we have to make sure that that's what they want and not being pushed on them by some radical agenda. And it's like, screw you, people. So they'll put as many roadblocks as they legally are allowed to. And say, okay, fine, we'll let you transition, but it's going to take you 2 or 3 years. I remember anyone sending people to camp convert them to gay? No, but that's what they say, that liberal parents, or especially gay parents, all they do is they just try to convert children into being gay. Because clearly it's a sexual abuse or molestation thing. It's like, we're not the ones that think about this as much as you do, clearly. Yep. Conversion camps. Conversion therapy, they call it, which sometimes involves electroshock or beating people. And it's disgusting that that's allowed. You're back, sorry to get groceries settled. No worries, Maya. Totally understand. Changing gears. Where do we go? Yes, if we can switch to a new thing. I want to teach you another thing. And this is what I call the Thai form, not Thailand Thai. The Thai form. And this one's really fun. This is the want or desire to do verb form. This will be fun. What do you want to do? What don't you want to do? So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Nickel tabetai, yeah. I hope that's figurative, spreadsheet. I want to learn Japanese. Sure. How do we do this? Let me walk you through it. Same thing. Ichidan verbs. Drop the ru. Add tai. Same thing as all these others. So pretty simple. Godon verbs. Slide from U column to E column. Add tai. It's not complicated. Wait, I just realized I straight up have a crap ton of barely used Visa gift cards just sitting in my wallet. I might be able to just outright pay for my little transaction with no cost to my bank account. You know, that's why they love gift cards, because people love giving them and people rarely end up spending all of them. So, do it, girl. Make yourself happy. A little bit of what we call retail therapy. Let's use 99 sentence. I want to learn Japanese. I also hoard money and gift cards, so I think this might help a lot. I mean, I hope you really, really enjoy this. Because for some people, the first, crack of the egg is putting on a skirt. It's like, this feels right, feels how it should be. Plus, they're comfortable as heck. So, alright, spreadsheet. Tearing out of the gate. Watashi wa Nihongo, Japanese, o Banabitai. Perfect. I love getting fake tits from Amazon. Who doesn't? Just curious, and only if you feel comfortable sharing, What size? What size are you going with? Laughs in kilt? I mean, if you have any Scottish ancestry, you can just tell them it's a kilt. I mean, it's harder to pull off if you're Asian or African ancestry. Might be a little tougher act to pull off. I'm Scottish, but you loved using a skirt, right? First time you put on your skirt, like, can I twirl? It's so fun. Well, the thing about dresses is that you have to get it, like, sometimes dresses are a little bit tight trying to get your arms in and out. Skirts, basically, I have like 30 different furry shirts. Like this, I own this shirt. And it's like, well, if I wear a dress, I can't wear my shirts with a dress, so I have a skirt. And it's like, that's the way to do it. I didn't really think about it. I do not plan on wearing them outside of my bedroom, so I'll like it as big as my gift cards will allow. So the price point is kind of around C or D. I mean, check the prices of all the sizes. Did you literally just get the same ones I did? Because if you do, these things are going to look freaking big. Thinking about DD, which measures closer to C on me. Spinny best part of skirt, right? Well, so basically anytime you look at pricing of stuff, there's going to be kind of an initial price. I mean, they have to make some profit off this, so it's going to be a little steep at first, and then the price between larger sizes will start to grow up, and then eventually you'll hit a point where it just goes shooting straight up. So when you start getting boob sizes like F or G, where it's like literally somebody's head, yeah, it's going to go up because you're going up exponentially as the volume of silicone that's needed to do that. So it's really hard to find dresses for my size because I'm really tall. It's out there. It's there. You may have to shop at specialty stores, unfortunately. In the US, I often tell people, especially trans girls, to just go shopping in thrift stores and Goodwill, because they don't care. They just want you to buy stuff and get out. Hey, Silver Paw. I was given a set of double Ds by one of my mates. He received them by mistake and was told to keep them. It's like 40 or 50 bucks, so very nice. Are you using them? Well, not just the price point, but yeah. Because basically, more or less, cup size for boobs is, let's just say as a rule of thumb, 1 inch per letter. Of course, after a while, you can't have, like, boobs 1 foot away from your chest. But eventually it starts getting wider. So double D is basically if you take one hand, make a fist, and wrap your other hand around it. Your 2 fists basically make the size of 1 double D boob. Just saying. Only wear them when I really need a boost. Do you put them in a bra? That's what I do every single day. This is my daily outfit. I mean, I'm looking right now, and C's are like $30, probably the max I can get if I can get them at all. Maybe in the bra and tits. Probably want to start with a skirt. Because for a lot of people, that's like biggest impact right there. I would say boobs maybe second, though. Because the feeling of whoa, there's something on my chest and I kind of like it. Like, that feeling, hard to replicate. I mean, stuffing socks and stuff in there, it doesn't have the weight, doesn't have the heft. Sad because my boyfriend just gave me a really cute cropped hoodie and it's really tight. Well, it'll eventually stretch out. It's fine, don't worry about it. Have the mastectomy bra, the sticky on them got ruined by his... Fair. No, I put them in that kind... So you can get a mastectomy bra, but mastectomy bras are expensive. They're basically a bra with like specially designed boob insert pockets. All I do is I get a bra that has like foam inserts, and I just cut a hole big enough that I can shove a boob in there. That you didn't think you were gonna hear the phrase, cut a hole and shove a boob in there. But you're welcome. But basically, yeah, I wear a bra. It's basically a sports bra that has a zipper. I think I sent those to you. I mean, fair. I'm tempted to just test the waters of my college's mailroom, buy a skirt and warmers, wait, if it gets flagged, then we go from there. They're not going to care. Worst case, why do you have a skirt? I'm going to give it to a girl. I think she'd look cute in it. You don't have to tell them that the girl is you. Need to know basis. I want to buy a skirt. Let's talk about this. Oh, I know a girl. I'm gonna give it to this girl. So yeah, I basically sent you, like, other than my furry shirts, I basically sent you my whole outfit, Maya. Sent you the bras, I sent you the boobs, sent you some of my socks. I don't wear the hand warmers too much. Skirt. And like I said, worst case, because especially if you are... Maya's gonna replace me. She's just gonna like waltz into my house and my mom won't notice, and then she'll be teaching classes. So Maya, since I sent you mostly Amazon links, if you're worried at all about your college's mailroom snooping, just send it to a nearby locker. Amazon locker should be no more than a couple miles away. You may be even lucky, and you maybe even have, if your college is big enough, maybe there's an Amazon locker on campus. Worst case, maybe you have to make a little trip there, but you can stuff stuff in there. Well, I think you'll notice if one day I go from a fox princess to a snip, I think people would wonder. I think there was one in my college town, at least. I need to figure out how to get it sent there. Easy! Part of the reason why Amazon is so freaking successful is they make everything so easy. So before you hit complete my purchase, change your address, and it'll say, do you want to send it to an Amazon locker? You say yes. And it'll say, okay, where are you? Put in your zip code. and it'll basically zoom around your zip code and say, here are where the lockers are. Bam, bam, bam. Pick one. And that's it. Easy. Also, Jutsu Sensei. Good spellings. I want to buy a skirt. Alright? Word for skirt is just gonna be katakana. Skato. I just looked at my Amazon profile. It's legit just skirt. View again, like, thanks for the call out. If you're worried about that, once you make your purchase, remove it from your viewing history. Buy was kau, correct spreadsheet. Nice. Are we playing a game? Okay. Yuri-san. こんにちは。まあ、こっちはこんばんはなんですけど、配信の最後に入ってきたんですね。そろそろ6時間の配信となります。Join whenever? What game? Are you crossing communication again? Still the teddy bear in my purchase history. I remember getting a notification on my Amazon Alexa. It's like, how is this 4-foot bear? You got almost panicked and threw it out the window. See, that's why you, once you purchase it, scrub your viewing history. Chotto sensei uchi no toire kashite ne. どうしたの？自分のトイレを壊しちゃったのですか？キリュウさん。I like my mom bought these heated toilet seats with a bidet function, and I love them so much that I often don't go anywhere else. Foxes has been to my house and she loves it too. Once you get used to it, it's hard to go back. 私はスカートを I want to, so your sentence there, spreadsheet, is I will. Don't forget what we just learned up here. I want to. Mm-hmm. Of course, brain fart. Oh, gross, spreadsheet stinky. Open your mind. It's gonna get stinky in there with that brain fart. Skirt を買いたい. Perfect. Nailed it. Let's see, I already spent 160 on dev. Regret nothing, as you mentioned. About to spend probably another $50 on a transaction. Being gay and happy is so expensive. It's nice to have nice things, especially things that give you gender euphoria. It's expensive being a girl. There's makeup and dresses and more makeup and shoes. Oh my gosh, I have such a shoe problem now. I've got like 3 or 4 different pairs of tennis shoes in different colors. I've got some flats, I've got some heels, I've got some boots. I think I had 3 pairs of boots. 3 pairs of boots and like 2 or 3 pairs of heels. I have a shoe problem. Definitely getting a feel for when something's wrong though. My spell of feeling good is never wasted. Self-care, self-love. So lucky that I know seamstress so I can have my femme pants altered to have real pockets. I have skirts with pockets. Gotta find them though, they're not always the case. The more like fashionable the skirt is, the less likely it is to have pockets. But I have 1 or 2 skirts with pockets. And there's a couple ladies at work, I'm like, I get it now, I get it. Look. My skirt has pockets, and then I put my hands in my pocket. I'm totally falling into that stereotype. Girls getting excited showing other girls that their garment has pockets in it. And then the need to shove your hands in the pockets to demonstrate that they're real pockets, not fake pockets. Forgot about makeup as the thing I'm gonna need. For now, you can just get cheap stuff at the store. There's not necessarily a need to get stuff online unless you want to get it in bulk. If you go to like Target, Walmart. Oh yeah, Walmart's probably bigger down there than Target. Just like snap it up. I can give you some hints on what to get. Most important thing to get for makeup.
Hey, it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water.
A good foundation
stretch, and
or
check
concealer.
Your posture. Your health comes first.
Oh, I should be.
No.
Hey, Athena. ポケットが大好きですね. Do you also do the thing, Athena, where you show off your pockets to other ladies? Do you... Oh, let me hydrate first. Oh yeah, Athena Nova has a sound effect. Does kind of suck for me. My mom isn't the most femme. So I don't have anyone to really teach me makeup, fashion, etc. I'll walk you through at 99. Well, I mean, there's a lot of women who are just like, I I like the all natural look. I don't like doing a lot of makeup and stuff. It's a lot of work. I'll walk you through that. So especially if you haven't had laser hair removal or electrolysis or anything on your face, and you tend to get a really bad 5 o'clock shadow or something, you're going to want to cover that up with the foundation / concealer. Sometimes you get the combination one. Go try out the samples at the store. Try the samples. Find a color that's close to your skin. Grab a little dot on your hand and rub it around. See if it blends in and looks completely invisible. So that's right. It's basically it's basically something to cover over weird blemishes, if you've got 5 o'clock shadow, wrinkles, acne, stuff like that. You're just going to basically be painting over it with your skin tone, and it looks like it's gone. Makeup tutorial? I don't want to show my face on screen. So for me, I would say foundation concealer. Fox's #1 makeup tip is get mascara. Got super excited for a moment there, forgetting a Keats' VTuber. What? I'm just a fox. I'm just a fox in the box that is the internet. What's a 5 o'clock shadow? Good question. Right. I forget English is not your native language. So Lasagna, a lot of masculine presenting people will shave in the morning before they go to work. 5 o'clock shadow means by the time 5 o'clock rolls around, like end of the day, you already have stubble and scruff on your face and will kind of need to shave again. That's 5 o'clock shadow, especially if your facial hair is dark, brown or black, it'll show. If you have light color skin and dark hair, you're basically going to have these like dark spots all over your face. That's what it's called, yes. You hate stuff near your eyes? So, eyeliner is a completely different problem. Eyeliner, you basically have to take a pencil or liquid eyeliner and you have to basically draw it on your eyelid as close as you can to your eyelashes. It's nice, but it feels really weird. Men shaves in the morning. Some stubble may show by 5. Yep. 5 o'clock shadow is a bane of my existence. I hate it. So for now, the stopgap measure, Maya, is makeup. You'll be able to conceal it, and all if you have freckles and don't want it, if you have like uneven skin and don't like it, gone. Covered over with foundation / concealer. Mascara scares you? It's only on your eyelids. It's fine. You'll feel it because obviously your eyelashes don't weigh very much. So when you have mascara, you've like doubled the weight of your eyelids, or at least the eyelashes. And so you like flutter them around and your eyes can be seen better. So that's why that's Fox's, so that's why that's her beauty tip. Mascara, subtle, but still adds a lot. Mine is concealer because I get 5 o'clock shadow, or used to anyway before laser, and it's like, ugh. That 5 o'clock shadow definitely makes me feel bad about the dysphoria. So in your case, if you have twitchy hand spreadsheet, you could do something called an eye stamp, and you basically get like a stamp, you dip it in the makeup, and you basically just press it on your eye. Been on an HRT so long my stubble is slowed down and shows as white now. Oh, Theta Nova, no, it turned white. If you have white hair, you can't laser it off. But on the other hand, it also becomes harder to see. I will admit to having a gray hair here and there. Look, some people get gray hair prematurely. I'd love to get a laser and invest more in my gender affirmation and still struggling to find a job. Priorities, make sure you can eat, that you have roof over your head. Feel bad for not doing more. Don't feel bad. That's the situation you're in. You're making the best of it. Good eye makeup is pretty, especially if you start doing things like doing wings on the side. Or a little bit of like eyeshadow. You have a trans question. When you start HRT, how drastic was the weight distribution? I heard that was a thing. So my boobs filling in. My butt is like twice the size it was before. I had a kind of a muscular butt because of all the tennis. It's like a certifiable badonkadonk now. Just saying. So yeah, if you have starting to get a little bit of a tummy, that should move down to your butt and thighs. I think it's funny that males have naturally thicker eyelashes and females use mascara to make them look. Fashion doesn't have to make sense, 99. Problem people have, there's gotta be a solution. Someone's made a solution for it, that's true. That much gray hair in my head, just my face? Yeah, unfortunately, if you want to get rid of that, electrolysis is the only thing, because laser is targeting the dark cells in the root of the hair, and if you don't have those because it's a gray hair, there's nothing to target. You can't do anything there. Feel something change in the hips? I'm waiting for my hips to sort of like be a little bit more hourglassy, but probably just a matter of time. I'm only at 1.25 years at this point. Are you a little chubby? It will redistribute. You'll start to get more of a figure like that. Might talk to my therapist about HRT. I don't know if they'll cover it. HRT eventually gets expensive, especially if you get surgery, but if you can, it certainly does wonders. For people who have depression related to gender dysphoria, something like 70 to 90% get an immediate drop in self-harm ideation. In other words, once you start HRT, people are like, well, there goes all the reason I wanted to hurt myself now. Covered in public system? Nice. Well, start asking then. Used to have more of an hourglass than puberty hit. Ugh. Darn you, puberty. Do you run into a therapist's office and scream, give me the titty pills, I'm desperate? Maya, we want you to be on gender therapy. We don't want you to rob the place. That's what it sounds like if you burst in and make demands like that. Let's try and get a prescription. Gender gummies. So, probably the most common way to get your hormones is pills. Comes in the form of pills, sublingual pills or film, the patch, injections, and the very, very rare subcutaneous implant. Those are really rare, though. Injections were not my first choice, but I have a history, family history, not me personally, family history of heart disease, and so they're like, which means you have higher risk of clots and heart complications, so we can't give you the pills, and we can't do the sublingual film. They're like, well, what about the patch? And they're like, well, if you're sporty and you say you do tennis, sweat would make this patch slippery and slide off. So, injections were basically my only option. Don't even know your dad's side of your medical history? I don't mean to be indelicate. Is your dad still around? Just estranged or gone? Because maybe your mom will know? Or maybe she can ask if he's still around and maybe they just don't talk to each other? Just for the purposes of having a good, complete medical history. All right. They don't talk? Well, but if it's for your sake, though. Because one of the main things, if you tell your doctor that you want to start HRT, they're going to give you long speeches about medical risks. And of course, some of us don't care about. May cause sterilization. You can't have kids, potentially. You may grow boobs. Yeah, that's what I want. But if you change your mind, it's like, well, you still have boobs now. Increased risk of heart disease, increased potential risk to kidney failure, liver failure. So you have to go in knowing these things, or else they'll say, well, looks like you haven't done your research, you don't know what you're in for. So they may even tell you to go to a class or something. I had to go to a class on vaginoplasty. In other words, how to make a vagina. So I had to go to a class before they even let me go to the next step. I don't know who to go to be able to see him. It doesn't necessarily have to be your dad. It could be a cousin on your dad's side. A sibling of your dad, because they will probably have a very similar family history. Don't know anyone? Well, that's an oof. It's not a do-it-yourself. You just have to know. You have to know what's involved. Again, risks. What do you want? Here's things that could happen. Here are complications you can have. Here's the process. It's a little bit graphic. You do know how to care for it. Oh yeah. Because if you get one, unfortunately, think of it as a really serious ear piercing. You get your ears pierced? I have my ears pierced. Foxes convinced me to do it back in November. And you have to care for the thing a lot. Well, water is going to be part of the process of HRT, but basically, if you get a vagina made out of various bits and bobs, the process is you're basically Frankensteining a vagina. into being down there, and your body's like, okay, I'm ready to close up any time now. So basically you have to do something called dilation. So dilation means you have to spend 10 to 20 minutes 3 or 4 times a day for at least a couple of months sticking basically a plastic dildo in your new vagina. Because if you don't, it's going to close up and then you have nothing there. And eventually you can reduce that, but they basically tell you, look, if you want this, you're basically committing to dilating basically every day for the rest of your life. It's like, yep. Might begin with the ear piercing, I did it, but my hole closed might be a bigger problem in the other hole. You can't pierce it in the same place very easily because there's a lot of scar tissue. How long after starting HRT did you actually, feel it, is the question. So, HRT is actually, if you're doing male to female transition, it's actually a 2-part process. Basically, you have to take an anti-androgen, in other words, an anti-male thing, which I like to call antibiotics, blocks your testosterone. That's where you need to drink a lot of water because it also makes you pee like crazy. So you have to drink a lot of water. And 2, because of lack of testosterone, your libido will crash through the floor. So in my case, I was moderately horny. A lot. I'd say maybe like a 7 out of 10. It dropped to 1. Libido is your sex drive, your horniness. Basically, testosterone drives a lot of that. So, if sex drive is important to you, unfortunately, antibiotics will destroy that. If you're not into it, especially if you're asexual and or aromantic, could be a plus. I've talked to people who are like, I totally want that. I don't want to worry about this thing anymore. But for me, having sex is important. So, once your testosterone is suppressed, in the US anyway, typically what will happen is, once you get below 50 milligrams as the rating for your testosterone, then you can start estrogen. And then estrogen will tip it up a little bit. I went from a 1 to a 2 or 3. People can be asexual and still have libido. Yes. Because asexual comes with different causes. Some people think that sex is gross and want to have 0 to do with it. Body still might want it, though. Or you may be asexual because maybe you went through some stuff and you're terrified or traumatized by any thought of sex. Your body still wants it, though. There are asexual people who have 0 libido. Have never had a horny thought in their life. That's a different case. And so, yeah. I've heard stories from asexual people who have libido and they're like, gosh darn it, why is this thing still bugging me? I'm not interested, body. And it's like, well, if you don't take care of it, it will take care of itself. So, okay, since to talk what age you start HRT. Not in my teens, and not in my 20s, unfortunately, which are the prime times to do it. earlier the better, but unfortunately I missed the window because I was scared what my family would think. So my dysphoria kind of removes some enjoyment of sex anyway, but on HRT that can reverse because once more of the reality of being a girl sets in, it can be more like, oh, and now you get to approach it from a different point of view, because if you have dysphoria because your penis bothers you, or you're like, there should be a vagina there and it's not and it makes me angry, like, yeah, that can ruin your sex. So once you start estrogen in whatever form you do it in, girls tend to not be quite as horny as men, especially if you're talking about teenage boys, because testosterone drives a lot of it. Girls get horny too, but it's less of a pressing thing. It's kind of more like, I want to do it. If sex is important to you, you probably want to add progesterone. Everyone knows about estrogen, female hormone. Progesterone is also there, and this naturally occurs in women. Problem is, if you only supply estrogen to your system, progesterone's lacking. If you want big natural titties, progesterone is probably going to be super important. If you want to have sex as a girl and really enjoy it, progesterone will probably help a lot. It is a pregnancy hormone, which is why some women who have problematic pregnancies, they may have to take progesterone supplements. So cisgender women who are either pregnant or trying to get pregnant may have to get more of this in their system. So, on progesterone, my libido went from 2 or 3 up to about a 4 or 5. I would kind of like it at least around 6 or 7, kind of back where I was, but, you know. Alright, any questions? Thank you for coming to my HRT TED Talk. It's almost kind of unfair if you're going from female to male. You basically just get to dose up on testosterone, and testosterone does all the work. Builds your muscles, could make you kind of ripped, gives you facial hair, breaks your voice into deep, booming voices, and that's all they have to do. Makes you go bald. That's another thing. I was going partially bald. I was losing my hair up there. So if that's something you're worried about, another reason to consider it. Not 100% of the case, and especially if you're doing HRT in like your 50s, 60s, 70s, probably unlikely to come back. Earlier you can catch it, the better. Fortnite again. Rocket League, maybe. I'm playing Helldivers, maybe. I'm looking for places where we might want to raid out to, and these are in my stream team. Me sitting here just intently listening to the girl talk, knowing I'm years out of actually doing it. Probably want to... I mean, you don't want to wait, obviously. And you can sort of stealth do it, because, I mean, if you have a room by yourself, no one should be monitoring this kind of thing. So, worth a shot if you think that your doctor will go for it. Unfortunately, in your state, they're trying to ban it. So, when you start trying to think about where your future is and where you want to live, you might want to avoid the middle of the country, unfortunately. Hope it goes well for you. If you want, when I start, I can give you updates as long as I go along. I mean, I can give you updates. I'm only a year or so in. For some girls, they're still getting changes at 2, 3, 4 years, so... Changes are slow? Well, I mean, you're basically hacking your body and saying, look, you're working with the wrong blueprints. Change it from this building into this building. It's like, what? Dang it, you should have told me that years ago. Now I have to, like, deconstruct stuff, move it over, change the plumbing and hormones and everything. It's like... It is puberty, too. One thing I'm not particularly pleased with, but it's gonna probably happen anyway. Hot flashes, mood swings. But I'm not happy about it. I know it comes along with the territory. But man, like, my temperature tolerance dropped like 10 degrees. When the temperature got about to like 85, 90, I'm like, it's hot, I'm gonna turn on the AC. And now like it's like 75 or 80, I'm like, oh, it's so hot. I used to make fun of my mom for that too. It's like, Mom, it's not hot. Stop complaining. It's like, oh, okay, sorry, I get it now. I am like sweating all the time. So many cis girls, when I come out to them, say I don't want to because I don't want periods. Well, so you won't get bleeding because you don't have a uterus. That's where periods come from. But you will talk to trans girls who get cramps, who get mood swings, who get headaches, who get muscle aches. So, you don't have a uterus, you can still have periods, though. It's a pain to deal with. Period. It's a hormonal thing. Your body's like, well, you don't have a uterus, but I still have to do it, you know? Part of the cycle. Fair enough, I take them for the benefits. See, and that's something that cis women don't understand necessarily. Because if you want 100% the full treatment, if you want everything good and bad, because that's how you feel, like full-on messy, stinky periods and childbirth, like some trans girls want this, and women are like, oh, you're so lucky you don't have to do that. It's like, yeah, but I want it anyway. They're like, why would you ever want that? It sucks. It's like, because it's validating? Right? Yeah, see? Sounds so worth it, to be honest. I would give up nearly anything for a pair of tits and some acceptance. Well, if you're gonna buy the bra and the breast inserts, you may get there sooner than you can. Unfortunately, it may want you wanting more, which is fine. Here, let me switch to the other scene. There. Now I don't have to worry about my notes. We can just sit here as girls and talk. They've done some promising tests with my... So, you may have read about a uterus transplant, and that was recently happened. Unfortunately, that was a cis woman to another cis woman. A lot of trans girls got really excited about that, but it's probably going to be a long time before that would be available to us. So, don't get your hopes up, unfortunately. Any other questions? Or should I start wrapping it up? Lab tests with male mice? Yeah. But mice biology is a little bit simpler. Unfortunately, the closest human analog, if they can do it in a monkey and do it in a pig, if they can make that work, then maybe we have some hope. Thanks for the class. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who participated a lot in class. I don't really want a uterus. I'm fine with the sex organ I have. Really just want to look like a lady and be treated like one. So, hey Evie. So in the case where you do not want to have a penetrative vagina, you can do something called a shallow depth labioplasty and vagina. So instead of making a vagina canal where penises can go, or sex toys, if you're whatever you want, that's a vaginoplasty. If you want a shallow depth one, they'll basically make it like an inch or half an inch long. Nothing goes in there. Way shorter recovery time, way less maintenance. Some trans girls don't have any kind of buzz. True. But there's also a lot of trans girls who are extremely dysphoric about their penises. So in that sense, a shallow depth canal would be what some people want, because then you can have full female appearance, but no penetration. Hey, Ezra Ellis, you got summoned to the sex talk. Good night, Kai. I want bottom surgery, but it costs like 15,000 minimum. Shallow depth stays more tempting. Didn't know that was a thing. That's a thing. It's basically creates the external appearance of a vagina, but nothing really inside. But if you want to have sex though with it, you either then would be required to have the full depth one, or you're just gonna have to choose another path for that though. Some trans girls love the parts, some don't. True. Some girls are like, I'm a girl and I have a penis and get used to it. I love it. Like, okay. Not everyone has dysphoria to the same degree. You certainly have to understand that. Having no sex drive as long as you felt the best. See, I want it. Because the whole, like, teens and 20s, I told you that I kind of skipped it because I was very introverted and socially awkward. And so, like, I barely had any during that time. I'm like, I missed out. I want to catch up on that. So, and I get that some people don't want it. Some people think sex is icky. That's fine. I know someone who doesn't want one in her, whereas I'm attached to my penis figuratively. Some people love having one. Okay, but question, does anyone else have like phantom sense, like sometimes feel boobs like they aren't there? Stuff in bottom area feels like... That's a thing. That's totally a thing. In my case, I actually have boobs now. They're like B cup. I really hope I grow out a lot more, but, you know, it's definitely something. So even if I don't wear my breast inserts and bra, you can still see my shirt tenting out a little bit. I've been hiding in her blanket most of today because of stupid Sephora. Evie! If you have a free day, go makeup shopping. I mean, I get that with my boobs, I also get that with my tail. Once I remove my tail, I'm like, throws my balance off. Feels weird. I'll do shopping Monday when I've got my laser. Alright, fair enough. When you get your laser, you also probably need some sort of, you can get a foundation concealer with sunscreen in it. So, which doesn't your state go makeup shopping? You may be moving there soon? Yeah, but Evie has to travel down to Sydney for treatments and stuff, or at least the prescriptions and the consent. Tomorrow I can shave, they'll relieve a lot of it. Hopefully. But if you have questions, I'm here. I'm going through it. So if you have questions about what does it involve, pros and cons, complications, side effects, all that stuff, time periods, mood swings, hot flashes, like I can walk you through that. You got a doctor up there? Yeah, but you said initially you needed to go down because they wouldn't give it to you. They're like, well, we don't do informed consent and all that, blah, 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 blah. All right, so I'm thinking of... Does anybody have anybody that they think really would benefit from a raid? Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo-ba-doo. A lot of people we could go raid. I initially need to get started in Sydney. Right, see? I'm gonna go ahead and go. Thank you so much for the transvice and advice on your transactions. Means the world to me. Come back. You have my DMs. Go ahead and ask. Fox Sender is live. Who dat? Sender? Let me take a look. Did you spell that right? I see no channel by that name. Bouncy 2D. You just private billing, so it's 48. Yeah, but you want stuff to be covered. Oh, they're doing art. That's kind of cool. Fox Ander. Name sounds familiar. Oh. They don't need my help. They are a partnered streamer with 76 people in the channel. Yeah, that's why that name sounds familiar. That's a cool little avatar, though. Aylin? I'm gonna start making calls to doctors. Yeah, they're doing really well. Aylin has 103. They do not need a tiny little raid. Are they literally bandit? To make calls regarding HRT. Yeah, Bouncy has 6. I'm totally fine with that. Otherwise, there's somebody in my stream team. I'm with the Cult of Blahai, so it's all trans, mostly trans girls. There's probably some trans guys in there as well. Sparkle Kitty. So there's somebody who has 2 viewers playing Helldivers. Also possible. Sparkle Kitty. Yeah, the sharks. Like this. Sparkle Kitty has... I got another one! Double sharks. No, because she trans got flagged. It's okay, I accepted it. I don't have to know them. Friend of yours playing Deponia? Yep. Oh no, Sparkle Kitty just did a BRB. Oh no. Talking up? I'm game. No, it looks like it's okay. Wow, that's a low-cut garment. Alright, so Bouncy 2D, who's drawing art for a Witch Pop game, or Sparkle Kitty, who's playing Deponia, currently looks like talking with viewers, maybe? Here, I'll do a poll really fast so we can wrap up. Who are we rating? Bouncy or Sparkle Kitty? Give you 1 minute. Bouncy is doing art and game dev. Sparkle Kitty is playing Deponia. Last poll took 10 minutes. Yeah, because... inconclusive. No, because I got rated on top of all that. Ooh, apple don't. See, the apple looks really good in low lighting. Oh. 3-1. Did I not put a freaking unit in my own battle? I am the worst captain. Nearly. I know. I'm finishing. All right, looks like it's 3-1. Gonna raid Bouncy. I may go hang out with Sparkle Kitty though, just to say hi. All right, looks like we're heading over to Bouncy 2D, doing the art thing. All right. Bouncy 2D. All right. Take care. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Spreadsheet, for studying in class. Thank you for streaming. You're very welcome, Evie. Hey, Aslan. Just cut the tail end of stuff, which, you know, some people like the tail end of stuff. See you tomorrow. Well, Wednesday, or no, Saturday. You're coming just to movie night? Yeah, we've got movie night. Thank you to new follows, new bits, Spreadsheet, Tiger, raid from Arya, bits from Evie, bits from Kai, resub from Digital Deer, raid from Pepper, gift sub to Laveau, Fox's bits, more Fox's bits, more Fox's bits.
know. The world could always use more foxes.
Thank you for the gender help. My pleasure. I'm very happy to help guide people, advise people. Not a professional, but just so you know. I see a lot of Fox's bits around here. True. Alright, so movie night tomorrow. Next stream Monday night. Monday afternoon. No, Monday evening. Alright, bye everybody. Bye.